would you please come and sit down? We're going to start our 16th edition of the Arab World Institute's Economic Encounters.
Merci à toutes et tous d'être présents ce matin. Nous sommes très heureux.
Thank you so much for being here today. We are very happy indeed to have you here with us. But I'm going to first give the floor to Mr. Shodi Abdelamir, our director.
راح نتكلم شوية باللغة العربية. كمان نحن في معهد العالم العربي، ونحييكم الوزيرة العزيزة ريما عبد الملك والحاضرين جميعا، جميعكن وجميعكم. فأهلا ومرحبا بكم في معهد العالم العربي. هذا سرور
for artificial intelligence in Morocco, which is called the AI movement, which is a strategic initiative within the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. She also held the position of exceptional professor at Sorbonne University in Paris, where she taught at the Faculty of Science and Engineering. As a researcher at LIP 6 at UMR CNRS 7606, one of the biggest computer science laboratories in France, and therefore she's at the forefront of innovation in artificial intelligence. With a PhD in computer science and a habilitation to lead research, Ms. Amalel Faraz-Grushni is recognized as one of the leading specialists in distributed artificial intelligence and multi-agent systems. And one of the biggest capacities really is to understand, not just to understand what one works on, but to also make other people understand it. And Amal, really, you did that because I heard you on this subject and I understood everything you said. Rima Abdul Malak today is we actually work with her practically every day, and she accompanies practically all of our initiatives, and I would really like to thank her very much for that. She holds a postgraduate degree in international development and cooperation from the Paris Pantheon Sorbonne University and a university diploma in contemporary Arab world studies from Lyon 2 Lumière University. Rima Abdul El Malak began her career as director of programs and operations at Clowns Without Borders, head of the contemporary music division at Culture France, and advisor for the performing arts, chief of staff to the deputy mayor of Paris in charge of culture. Before becoming Minister of Culture between 22 and 24, Rima Abdul Malik was an advisor on culture and the performing arts, and then the chief of staff to the deputy mayor, and then she was a cultural attaché at the French embassy in the United States, then a consultant in international arts and cultural strategy, before joining the Office of the President of the Republic as Cultural and Communications Advisor from 2019 to 2022. And on the 25th of September, she was appointed director of the Lebanese newspaper L'Orient Le Jour. So, ladies, I would like to invite you to come and open the 16th edition even more officially than I have been able to do. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you so much for that introduction. Since I'm the Minister for Digital Transition, I'm sorry I have no papers at all. but everything is going to be on my screen. So it is really a very powerful moment for me to be here today. You talked about the Sorbonne Université, Pierre-Marie Curie. My office is still there in Tower 25. I think the Arab World Institute was always a legendary place for me. I've been to so many evenings here, to conferences, to lectures at a very high level that were held here. And I think that this is a space that gives you enchantment, and it makes it possible to cross-fertilize ideas and culture. And I really hope that this Arab World Institute lives a long and happy life. And I would like to thank all the people who work for the Arab cultures to be well known and recognized from this place. So I'd like to present a few ideas which I think are important based on the theme that we are here to discuss today. So these screens are not really as practical as we hoped they would be. So I would like to pay tribute to the Arab World Institute for the organization of these 13th meetings under the high patronage of Mr. Emmanuel Macron, the French President of the Republic. And the theme today is Women, Business and Innovation. And I would like to thank all our partners for this event. So this event is part of a Euro-Arabic dynamic for strategic dialogues, for networking and dialoguing, and which really does highlight the contribution of women to innovation, entrepreneurship, and culture. Let me highlight here the importance of the themes that we've chosen for this year. The subject of women and innovation is not just a slogan. It is a strategic lever for our development, for our competitiveness, for our technological sovereignty, for our cohesion, and for social justice. It actually conditions the employability of young people, and especially women, and it obviously helps the quality of public services as well. Putting women at the heart of innovation and economics means widening our reservoir of talents and ensuring the resilience of our societies. Our presence here in Paris, therefore, in this historic place, which is known for cultural inclusion, is going to transform our complementarity into a synergy, bringing together cultures and ensuring innovation, ensuring that capitals and good practices can be exchanged, of course, is extremely important. And this kind of encounter should be able to lead to pilot practices, to exchanges of expertise, and becoming a laboratory for sustainable policies, right? So Morocco today is historically a geostrategic bridge between Europe and Arab for common and concrete projects. So reinforcing dialogue between Europe and Arab countries certainly accelerates the exchanges of ideas, technologies, and investments at the service of shared prosperity, shared between the two banks of the Mediterranean and beyond that in all over Europe and in Africa. And thanks to the initiative of Mohammed VI, our king, Morocco has chosen to place women at the heart of innovation by looking at the all sorts of sectors where in new technologies we are going to ensure that AI can become a lever for emancipation, competitiveness, and social usefulness. When women create and lead and invest, our whole societies are better. Our public policies become better shared, and our culture becomes better, and it helps us to remove all obstacles and to irrigating everything all over the world. And so innovation can lead to qualified jobs, citizenship, better citizenship. So, ladies and gentlemen, we need to work together in the fields of technology and employability, and especially in the field of artificial intelligence. And we need to have governance that is responsible governance for AI, of course. I'm sorry, the lady is reading her speech and we don't have it. So this needs to be based on traceability, interoperability, and on the deployment of the proper governance of all of these initiatives. Now, in terms of human competence, we are being asked to develop human pathways, especially Euro-Arab pathways for young women. And in this way, we will be able to reinforce employability thanks to academies for artificial intelligence and live-in labs and programs dedicated to small and medium-sized companies. So thanks to co-investment, our ambition is going to be to encourage co-companies and trans-border initiatives to ensure that we can work together in different fields, health, agriculture, public administration, etc., and to connect up our innovation hubs throughout the Arab world to go from experimenting to industrialization. In the Kingdom of Morocco, this ambition is being translated this year already into partnerships that are structuring. For example, the Memorandum of Understanding between Mistral and AI, which is going to reinforce our linguistic capacities, and it will give us much more pragmatic digital sovereignty based on open standards. I would also like to mention Elevate, which is being carried out with digital cooperation that opens up career paths of employability in favor of young women within the framework of very small and medium-sized companies through concrete programs of reinforcing digital capacities and AI capacities for electronic trading. Last month, we launched the Moroccan hub, which is called D4SD, and this is an Arabo-African center, and it's going to be working with the UNDP and other players of the digital system globally. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, women are becoming key players in the digital economy, using technology as a very powerful tool to surmount the traditional obstacles to entrepreneurship. So mobile platforms, mobile banking, all of this has opened up the horizons of women and allows them to create and lead companies beyond local markets, very often with limited resources. Very often, in spite of these facilitations, many of them are still very much held in by obstacles because there's not enough infrastructure. And sometimes this holds back their economic participation. Efforts aiming at making women more autonomous through digital programs, mentoring networks, will be essential to fill in these gaps by encouraging digital entrepreneurship by women. And by doing this, countries of the South can not only ensure that the sexes become more equal, but can also become undertake more initiatives. I would like to ask for more reinforced cooperation between European countries and Arab countries in order to give women more autonomy and ensuring that the digital economy can move forward in our countries. We need to make common efforts to reinforce cooperation, to invest together, and this will help us create digital ecosystems that are digital and where women can move forward as the engines of economic growth. We can bring together our resources and our expertise, and therefore Europe and the Arab world can fill in the economic cracks and help to ensure that women of the South countries of the South may not be left by the wayside. I would like to wish us a very fruitful meeting, and thank you very much for your attention.
Sans se concerter, on est en route.
Well, we didn't discuss about this earlier, but both of us are in red. So this, I think, is a sign. And Anne, too, is in red, all three of us. So it's a color of passion and love to begin this day, this bright and sunny day. I'm delighted to see so many friendly faces and also discover new faces all through the day, new talents, entrepreneurs, innovators. And I'm going to be very brief because I'm going to come back at noon, I think, to speak to you about my new job as director of the press group, L'Orient Le Jour. And I'm going to talk to you about all of the challenges that we face in this world in the context of acceleration of digital technologies. What I really wanted to say is that what I take from your speech, Minister, is the need for us to bring our forces together, our passions, our intellect. I think this is what we're going to have to use in the face of adversity, in the context of political interference, in the face of digital challenges. The more united we are, the more we share our experiences, the stronger we're going to be together. In all my professional life, every time I've felt stuck, where I felt the need to overcome some problems, it's always been women who have come to my rescue with solidarity, with their network, with their support. And it's always been thanks to women that I have been able to overcome problems. And it's actually thanks to women that I've actually gone ahead in my career. These women who've known me, who've come to my help, who've put me in touch with others. So a lot of what I have achieved is something that I owe to female solidarity. We speak about unicorns and startups in the technological innovation as a world that is rather masculine, but let's not forget that there are women too behind us. We have huge amounts of talent, some of whom are present here today, so let's not be afraid of championing our values, our ideas, especially at this historic moment where we should break away from our silos, because that will prevent us from actually having an impact. As was shown by the Director General of the Arab World Institute, I also have a small penchant for poetry, and I'm not going to cite quote Aragon here. I'm going to quote Lebanese poet, Nadia Toueni, and she's influenced me so much that she's actually my password for my computer. So she speaks about her country, but I think what she says is also valid for the entire female population.
Une même lumière durcit vos corps.
It's the same light that hardens your body, the same shadow that relieves you. Softly, you can see the metamorphosis. The same suffering chaps your lips. And the same jewels and hope bejewel your hopes, and all the immovable landscapes, women of my country, you that finds the durable in chaos. Have a wonderful day.
On a besoin de durabilité.
We need durability in chaos, and we're going to begin today. We're going to plant the seeds of that today. Rima Abdel Madak, she's also the creator of the Poetry Club that is organized quite regularly here in Paris. So now, Minister and Anne Bouvreau, well, let me call upon the both of you to a fireside chat. Well, it's a small discussion by the fireside. I really didn't know what this was about. Well, it doesn't really look like we have a fire here, but please come on stage for this fireside chat.
Allô, allô. On peut le partager. Allô. Allô, allô.
Allô, allô.
Si, c'est bon. Voilà, super. Merci.
All right, then. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm delighted to be conducting this discussion, this fireside discussion. I'm not going to introduce you, Minister, we just heard from you. Anne Bouvreau, Special Envoy of France for AI. You're from the École Normale Supérieure, an engineering school. Anne, I'll start off with you. We spoke extensively about AI these past few years. There was an AI summit in February. So could you give us some of the conclusions 8 months onwards? It's all been very dense. As a journalist, there were a lot of things that were being told. Could you tell us or give us a stock of the situation after 8 months? Thank you very much for inviting me here. Yes, we're all dressed in red for this fireside chat. So we called the Summit for Action on AI. And the theme was basically to discuss what we were going to do with AI, and that was our objective. And we were looking at changing the narrative on AI. The previous summit in Bletchley Park was a summit that scared people. People were talking about the end of the world, the end of jobs. That was roughly 2 years ago. And so we decided that we wanted to make this narrative more inclusive, to do something that would help AI develop in the direction that we wanted it to develop in. And we had a final declaration that was signed by many partners, and this declaration called for a more inclusive and a more shared AI with a fair access to men and women. And we also announced the Coalition for Sustainable AI, to also take into consideration the environmental impact. We have about 90 partners at the beginning, and now we have so many more. And we also had Morocco and France co-founding other initiatives, and a number of investments were also made in data centers in France. This too involves partnerships with countries in the Middle East. And basically, we're looking at an alternative way for AI development, not just with the AI, with the US and with China. So yes, you were talking about current AI, because this initiative was not very well known, because lots of other initiatives were spoken about. And Minister, Morocco was co-founder with France of this initiative. Could you tell us about this initiative? Current AI responds to a very basic need to develop AI in a cost-effective way. The idea behind this is that today, a large number of AI-related initiatives are costed at billions of dollars, and there are lots of countries that cannot afford these amounts, these kinds of investments. And so to make AI cost-effective and affordable, that involves fewer calculations, fewer data, etc. And so you have to wonder what kind of AI needs to be developed, what kind of means, and how to make AI correspond with the investments that are available. There are other topics that also are dealt with in this foundation. It's the notion of data, for instance. How can you qualify data so that there is no bias in the data, so that citizens' data is more protected than it actually is? And in Morocco, well, not all of this is being dealt with efficiently. We have discussions on algorithms, on data. In order to develop, there are lots of discussions to develop AI, which is different. And we're also looking at open source data. And is it really possible to have open source, genuinely open source data? Let's take the case of Africa, for instance. Today, data centers that are across the planet, well, just 1% of them is in Africa, a continent that represents a fifth of the planet. Well, it only has 1% when it comes to the storage capacity and calculation capacity. That's absolutely not acceptable. So it is determining for the global development, not just the development of Africa, that Africa needs to develop AI and the world needs to develop an AI that is more inclusive. Anne, would you like to complement this response? Yes, this initiative is something that's very dear to our hearts. There's the idea of developing general interest AI, and this cannot only be done with economic interests in mind. Public money, philanthropic money to develop AI is something that's going to be very, very important in the future projects. There's a project, for instance, on the multilingualism level, and AI is mostly trained on internet, and internet is very largely English when it comes to languages that are prevalent. And so we need to develop projects and tools that take into consideration various other languages so that AI also reflects this. And that's, I think, really important, and I'm delighted to be working on this. What are the shared interests between France and Morocco when it comes to AI strategy? You spoke about open sources, and these past few years or months, we've also been talking about digital sovereignty. Is that something that you're looking at? Well, yes, we have lots of shared interests in France and in Morocco. We were speaking about multilingualism. That's something that we hope to develop thanks to this collaboration. We're looking at large language models that take into account languages that don't specifically involve an alphabet. So languages in Africa, for instance, that are used widely, some of them are oral languages. And so I think there's a lot of room for innovation and for generative AI to look into these kinds of languages. So that's one thing. Going beyond large language models, we also need to work on regulation and on access to data. I look at what's being done on digital identity in Europe these days, and we have similar issues in Africa too. Morocco is fairly advanced when it comes to protection of confidential data. We're working with France, with the CNIL particularly, on these issues. So we're looking at sovereignty, data protection. When I talk about sovereignty, I'm not only talking about data, I'm also talking about processing, storage capacities, etc. So we've identified a number of topics that are of common interest between France and Morocco. We're looking at training, for instance, at talent nurturing. We're looking at both countries, universities in both our countries, research academies. And of course, let's not forget all of the investment made. If you listen to the news yesterday, we launched a huge research and development center with Safran, a French company. This is one of the major structuring projects that are going to be launched this year. So there's collaboration on all fronts. Industry 3.0 is going to be hugely based on AI. And so Morocco and France are working together on a large number of structuring projects. That includes the digital field and AI. I'm not going to repeat what was just said, but I completely agree. Let me just go back to the term sovereignty. Morocco and France share, as well as a number of other countries, share a vision about AI development that is not just being done in China or in the US. So that's not entirely satisfying for us. Very often we speak about AI as being similar to human intelligence. When you use these chatbots, you realize that they're actually not akin to human intelligence. But the comparison is probably relevant and makes us think that the generative AI is actually a concentration of cultures. When a generative AI is Chinese, well, it's a concentration of Chinese culture. And an AI that is American, well, it's a concentration of American culture. You can see that, in fact, it's very, very obvious in images. It's very, very similar to Hollywood. It's not... there's models come Grok, for instance. They champion an American vision of the world. And so I think it's interesting for our countries to be able to choose something that's other than these two visions of the world. And I think this is something that's going to have to disseminate further in the future. And so it's really important to work together because we cannot go it alone. France and Morocco are smaller countries. Even if we do have resources and talents, we are too small to actually count in this race. And on the other hand, together, we can count. We can make ourselves count. And in all of the fields that are associated with AI, well, we do want data centers. We want to have data that represent our citizens, that are important for our citizens. We also want actors and major players in innovation. We need researchers as well. So I think it's really important for us to foster this cooperation between these few countries and that chart out a different format and a different template. I think that's really important today. What do you think are the major challenges today in Morocco when it comes to strategy, AI-related strategy? Would you say it's to do with funding or lack of talent? What's your opinion? Yes, I think funding can be a problem, but that's a challenge that can be overcome. Same goes for talent. We have a lot of brain drain happening. We try to retain them, but it's not always easy. But I would say the major challenge that requires much more time to be overcome is illiteracy. There are lots of societies where we have about 40% illiteracy in some countries. We speak about digital fracture, digital gaps, and here you're adding another layer of fracture related to AI. You cannot imagine to what extent populations in remote areas are completely left behind in the face of these new tools that are emerging. And I think that the first issue that needs to be solved is that of education. And that's why we're launching lots of campaigns for training, involving 8-year-olds, but all the way up to the end of life. And to me, it is fundamental that all sections of population have access to knowledge, and especially because AI is adding another layer of complexity to this particular problem. And all societies that suffer from illiteracy, well, there's digital illiteracy, but there's just illiteracy too. And all societies that suffer from this must first solve this problem. It's not sequential. It has to be done simultaneously, but we need to strongly invest in education. And I am advocating for generative AI that can help educate the population, that can bring knowledge to the population, because we can build on generative AI to train people, at least to give them access to this technology, to make it more accessible to them, make it simpler for them to access. Let me give you a small example, just so you know clearly what I'm talking about. When I started the AI movement, we developed a prototype, Taj Woman. It basically came from the Women's Hackathon. And this tool is capable, it's an app that you can put on your phone, and you can scan a document, and it can actually be made comprehensible to the user in a language that's comprehensible to the user. The user simply has to scan the document, and the application will say, well, it's a train ticket, you need to reach the platform at such a time, etc., etc. It's based on generative AI. And there's speech-to-text, text-to-speech, there's text recognition. It's a very simple and very quick app, and this allows millions of people who do not know how to read actually use these tools. We did this, we made up this tool because in rural populations, for instance, we saw that a lot of people actually use vocal communication, WhatsApp, etc., and they no longer write, they just speak. And they exchange through voice because they simply don't know how to read. It's too complicated for them, or rather because they have to drive.
C'est que c'est plus simple de parler et tout se fait de manière automatique.
And of course, this makes it possible to do it automatically. And so this kind of generative AI makes it possible to bring us solutions to these structural problems of illiteracy until we can actually get around to solving illiteracy. So for me, this really is one of the major challenges in our country. Okay, and what about for us in France? There are several challenges, I'm sure, in France. Yes, of course, but I think that the example that Amal gave is a very clear one, the fact that there is a voice interface and that you can interact with the tool without having to go through a keyboard. That is really important. And in France, we do have this challenge as well, a little bit, but also the challenge of people who say, well, you know, AI is not for me, or it scares me. I don't even want to try it. And I think from that point of view, bringing AI, making it much more concrete, that was one of our objectives at the Paris summit. That's why we had lots of little side events which took place all over France with, we had this Tour de France of AI, and we're continuing that with AI cafes everywhere, so that people can come in and we can answer simple questions and show them how they can use it. So when people say to me, well, I don't use AI. I just take out my phone and I show them. So first of all, if you can actually see it, you're not so scared of something that can be very nebulous, that's out there and is scary. And so this, I think, is something can be very useful, and that's why that kind of tool can be extremely good. There's another challenge we have in France. We do have an ecosystem of startups with Mistral, but others as well. You have Allah, you have other places like this. We have lots of talents, as has Morocco. But with startups, working with big groups and with big countries is really important. So partnerships between Mistral and Morocco, between Ezine, which is an AI defense tool, and Saab, for example. This is something that Americans and Chinese are much better at than we are. It can help the most innovative startups to develop and not to just stay small, tiny, innovative startups. So any other axes of cooperation between our two countries? Of course, we are focused on AI, but there's not just AI. So what are the other things that we collaborate on? Well, of course, between our two countries, there's a lot of very, very strong collaboration in industry. All the big French groups have their offices in Casablanca. And in Morocco, we do encourage offshoring as well, which is a way to attract French companies, but also American companies and others to come and develop technology in Morocco. So we export technology from Morocco. So we do try as much as possible to, come out of call centers for offshoring. We really can do added value because we've got a lot of talents, and we have people who want to stay at home but who want to work on big international projects. And so we have some offshore projects that make it possible to reach these two objectives. Like I would say maybe 3 months ago, we signed an agreement. We have an Oracle Center that is already there in Casablanca. We created the AI R&D center, and they've recruited 500 Moroccan engineers who will be working on this, and they'll be working on French projects, among others. So I think what's important today to realize is that technology has no frontiers. Morocco is a country which is part of a worldwide ecosystem. We work with the United States, we work with France, we work with Germany, we work with Italy. So we have a lot of nomads. The digital nomads, many of them live in the south of Morocco, in Tarazout, 30 kilometers from Agadir. There are all these digital nomads who are not Moroccan. They are English and German. So technical nomadism is a reality today. People can work wherever there's a network. So I have a friend who's in Germany, and he said, I have a data center, and I have a very calm life. I'm working in the south of Morocco. Why shouldn't I stay here? I can fine-tune my models. I can do my launches. I can do whatever I like. And he lives in Ben Gurir. It's a small town next to, not far from Marrakesh. Maybe our ambition is to make it into the new Silicon Valley, but we're not there yet. But in Ben Gurir, there's the biggest data center in Africa. We have 3.1 teraflops there today, and we're moving forward. In Dakhla, which is, once again, even further south in Morocco, we are launching a project. We are looking for funding right now. We're launching a data center project with 500 megawatts. So this is going to attract a lot of people from everywhere. And there are already a lot of investors who are coming to us. So there are no borders. People will go where there's work and where there are resources. Human resources. But of course, why have we set this up in Dakhla? Well, because we've got wind turbines and we've got a solar farm. So we're working with renewable energies. These are new generation data centers. So the question today is to build large-scale projects that will give people jobs and that give meaning to what's being done there, and which makes it possible for everyone, all communities, to move forward together. I'm sorry, I may have gone a little off topic, but I just wanted to say is that resources are a very important point. And when you work with France, and we collaborate a lot with France. They can bring their expertise, but they can find resources in Morocco, and these are partnerships that are win-win. And yes, I can see that we're getting to the end of this fireside chat, says Anne Bouvreau. So, this is why Mistral opened an office in Morocco, because, we have the same problem. We have a lot of research scientists who are going to the United States. It's a good thing to have innovative projects in France that helps to keep them here. So it's great that Mistral is opening an office in France to work with Moroccan research scientists. And there's another project as well, because the Middle East is a region where there's a lot of money in certain countries, and so investments in they have invested in data centers in France. For example, MGH has invested in a big data center in France, some gigawatts big. So this needs to happen. Last question for you, Minister. So you talked about what you did with Mistral, but there's another project we want to talk about. So at the General Assembly of the United States, Morocco signed Digital for Sustainable Development. Can you say just a few words about that? Yes, so that's D4SD. That's a project that was really initiated by Morocco, and it has been helped by the UNDP to ensure that Morocco can become a digital hub for the Arab and African countries. So it's going to be in Rabat, and our mission is to develop projects, to R&D, but not just R&D. We want to develop large-scale projects in partnership with other Arab countries and other African countries. Morocco signed this D4SD at the United Nations, and we've opened premises in Rabat, and it's my ministry for the digital transition that is helping that, and other ministries as well. This hub is really important to us because it will help us to build collaborative projects with our African and Arab countries, partners in the Middle East mainly, but of course it's open to everyone. But my dream really for this project, because I worked for a long time on European projects when I was a professor not too far from here, and I think that what is really missing, of course, there's the questions of governance, geopolitics, but what is missing really is concrete projects. We need to create real projects that have an impact on society, that are run by many partners. And that's what Europe knows how to do. Europe's learned how to do that. And that's why we have learned, we've learned from what's been done between Greece, Italy, France, Germany, all of that. And we in our region, we haven't yet managed to do this. So that's my dream. I want us to create these collaborative projects. For example, why not solve the water problem in the countries of southern Sahara? Create projects that help everyone, that have a real impact, but that would need the collaboration of several countries. And the day we can manage to do this, we will be able to find our own solutions, because I had set up a program that was called African Women in Tech and AI. And in that program, I incubated 150 African women from 28 countries. And I did understand that there was this desire to collaborate, but there was no proper framework. So, this idea was in the back of my mind, and my dream was to create this commission, African Arab Commission, for these structuring projects. Well, we've talked a lot of projects, so I think maybe, we can look back on this in a few months' time, and we'll see what's been done. Thank you so much to both of you, ladies.
Merci beaucoup à toutes les trois et vous me pardonnerez, Charlie Perrault, de n'avoir pas annoncé votre modération, comme je suis une maîtresse de cérémonie en formation.
So, as I told you, I'm an MC in training, so I'm sorry. I've forgotten a few things. I'm thinking of Jack Lang while I'm announcing the titles, because I think that the idea of language for AI is probably a subject that we could tackle for several days. So for this second roundtable, which is for AI and innovation, Franco-Arab strategies and synergies to shape the technological future, I'd like to call up Nadia Fassi-Ferry, who is the Chief Transformation Officer at the OCP in Morocco. And she's not here. She's not here. Sorry, she's not here. Shahad Jeffrey, who is co-founder of TAFI, Forbes. She's part of the Forbes 30 under 30 list from Saudi Arabia. Hajar El Hadawi, who is a Director General and the Digital Cooperation Organization between Morocco and Saudi Arabia. And Olfa Zorgati, who is a board member of Ubisoft and the former CEO of ESI. So we've got Tunisia, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia that are represented here. And we have Adrien Lelièvre, who covers French tech, mobility, deep tech, food tech at Les Echos, the daily newspaper here. And he is going to be moderating this panel discussion. So for this very first panel on responsible governance of AI, while at the same time highlighting women who are leaders in this transformation. Can all of you hear me? Yes. So, we chose, our color code is blue, which is for peace. And I hope that you're all happy with this. So I'm very happy indeed to be here with you. The Arab World Institute certainly is a place for exchanges. So, I've just seen the exhibition on Cleopatra and on Gaza. I would really recommend them. So we're going to be talking about innovation. And if there's one innovation that is shaking up the world today, it really is that of AI. So after the launch of ChatGPT and all the others, it's got a lot of promise. It also does, of course, provoke questions and fears. Is it going to make us all much more lazy? What do we do about deep fakes and manipulation of elections, things like that? So, of course, we all have these questions, but we're going to ask these questions are being asked in Riyadh, in Tunisia, in Damascus, everywhere. So we've asked a few experts to come and help us with this. So what synergies can there be between the Arab world and France, and what sort of role do women have to play in this kind of technology? So to discuss these subjects, I would like you to welcome Hajar El Hadawi. You are the Director General of Digital Cooperation Organization. You'll tell us exactly what the organization does later on. I'd like to also welcome Olfa Zorgati, who is part of the board of Ubisoft, which designs video games, and you've had a long career in tech, and so you know what the dynamics are in the sector. And also I'd like you to welcome Shahad Jeffrey, who is director of TAFI, which deals with AI tech and fashion. And so I'll speak to Shahad in English, and she'll answer in English. So please take headphones if you need translation into French. So I'll start with you. I know that you're on the board of Ubisoft, which is a French company. So in concrete terms, how long has a company like Ubisoft been using AI? Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Well, Ubisoft, it's been a long time because machine learning, which has been around for a very long time, and certainly before ChatGPT, and it was used by companies like Ubisoft to predict bugs, to do all sorts of things. And what people may know already is that the video game sector actually made AI possible because NVIDIA and graphic cards and things like that became much more high performance thanks to the needs of video games. So AI was fundamental in the development of video games, and that's been true for several dozens of years already. And of course, Ubisoft launches games very regularly. How does this change the design of your video games and your manufacturing costs? Well, actually, it does change things because things have speeded up a lot. So, it means, of course, AI is costly, but also it means that we can go much faster. The video games can go faster, and there's a lot of expectation out there, obviously. And Ubisoft employs people all over the world, and that's also part of our management. And so AI really is transforming this company deep down with generative AI, which is really a game changer, I would say. So does this not provoke some fears? Because, maybe people think that, of course, things are changing. People might feel that they're being overtaken with these powerful tools. Maybe they feel that in a few weeks or a few months, they won't need me anymore. Well, actually, these fears are quite legitimate. But you may have seen with the Arab world, we've seen that Electronic Arts has been bought over by the Saudi foundation, and one of the arguments that was put into the press is AI, and that savings and all of that, and that doesn't really help in what we see in the use of AI, because people talk about costs and lower costs all the time. So it is very legitimate to have these fears, but at the same time, I would say that these give us extraordinary opportunities to push things much further in terms of personalization, of localization. The fact that these games don't scrub away the differences in cultures, they make diversification and diversity easier. And so as long as you know how to use the AI and you have controls over the way you use it, we can use AI for renewing things without changing people's cultures. Well, I've spent days and days in Baghdad because I was playing a game made by Ubisoft, which happened in Baghdad. So Hajar, you are the director of the Digital Cooperation Organization. Can you tell us what that's about? Yes, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. So that is an international organization that was created during the G20. And it was founded by 5 countries, including Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain. And it was created to boost the digital economy. So we talk a lot about digital transformation, but we don't talk about the digital economy enough. And I think we heard this this morning. Everything is connected. So it's not just AI. AI is connected to, everything is connected to education, to health, to resources. So obviously the whole of the digital economy is connected to technology. And today, so the DCO helps its member states to reduce the gaps that digital economies bring about. So whether it's in the field of legislation, let's say harmonizing policies in the fields of business and innovation in order to support companies and not just startups, but also at the societal level to support women, to support young people, and to ensure sustainability as well. And so how can digital and AI help what's happening in the Middle East, where certain countries are very dependent on gas and oil? So can you build a digital economy in these countries for when oil and gas run out? Well, yes, I would say there is a transformation going on in the Middle East at this level, where a percentage of the GDP of the country, Saudi Arabia, for example, is one of those, with investments of more than 20 billion on AI. So recently, there was a company that's called Humane that was launched last month to deal with these questions. For example, the Arab language, they launched a platform that's called Alam for ChatGPT in Arabic, for example. And I think that there are certain silos. You have the Emirates that are investing a lot. Qatar has created Qatar AI. Today, Saudi Arabia is creating Alam, and then they've got their own data centers as well. And this company like Humane. And so I think putting all of these investments into a synergy and cooperation to have this union that the minister talked about this morning, that would be vital, really, especially within a Middle East, Africa cooperation framework. So looking at this from Paris and London, do you think that we underestimate the dynamism of technological advances in the Middle East and Africa? Do you get the feeling that we don't really know what's happening and that things are coming to a boil? Well, I don't know whether people underestimate it. I think there are some very impactful projects that are being carried out today. I think there is a question of sovereignty as well in the Middle East. I think that AI today is a question of national sovereignty. It's like cybersecurity. It's not about just launching projects or investing in a technology. There is this transformation, and you have to have priorities for your investment, whether it's for resources or whether it's at the financial level. So yes. Okay, so I said, these countries are changing a lot. So one of the administrations that is explaining doing this dynamism is Shahad Joffrey's country.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be surrounded by women in leadership and in AI and business. At TAFI, our mission is we want to build an AI shopping agent for every consumer in the world in fashion that makes you feel your best every day. That's what we want to do, and we're starting one step at a time.
And for you, how will AI transform the fashion industry?
So the AI will transform like every industry, particularly in fashion. It's going to disrupt the design, how we produce, how we distribute, how we also consume, and how we purchase. At TAFI, we are disrupting how fashion is purchased. So in the pre-internet era, you used to go to brick and mortar stores to shop what you're looking for. And then in the internet era, you actually go to research blogs and shop online. And in the AI era, and that's where we're at TAFI, where the AI actually does the research and finds the right SKUs to your needs. So that's what we're doing, and basically every industry in the world will be disrupted. Mm-hmm. So it's a very interesting time.
And why it is important to build your own AI models?
So I think it's not necessarily important to build your AI models as long as it does solve the problem. So if you have an AI model that's open sourced and that can deliver the results you're looking for with precision and accuracy, then you don't need to own the AI. You need to own it and build your own, like customize, fine-tune LLMs if it doesn't deliver the job. And what's very important actually is to build your own data sets, because that's how it will differentiate your AI and makes it much more smarter.
Okay. And you are one of the few female leaders in AI from Saudi Arabia. What would you say to young Saudi women who also want to enter this industry?
Yeah, I think now it's the right time to start something because, first of all, AI is going to disrupt every industry. So there are plenty of opportunities to actually build something that is your interest. And you don't need to be an engineer or a developer or even hire engineers. There are now, vibe coding tools and can help you actually build a complete product from end to end without having any, tech person. And it could be in any industry, any job that you like and you think that you'll be interested to work on. And I think also it's a very good time because now you have the support also from the governments. They're very being supportive. You have resources that maybe down the line we don't necessarily have. So utilize that, leverage that, and build something. And you also don't need to have specific knowledge or a degree to actually build something. You can learn, and the best way to learn is once you launch in the market, from the market, get feedback from customers, and that's how you learn. I personally didn't have a fashion degree. I also don't have a tech background. So I come with a finance background, and I have my co-founder and CTO. He's kind of complementing my skill set. We also started building an AI space before the AI hype, so we didn't have back then any vibe coding tools or AI tools that could help actually doing like engineering work. So at that time we had to have a tech team in place, but now you can just hire agents and they could do the job for you.
C'est important d'avoir des rôles modèles dans la tech, comme on dit. Qu'est-ce que ça vous inspire, cette jeune femme?
So of course it's important to have role models. So, for example, in Saudi Arabia, if you have the right talents, you can start working in anything as long as you have the right resources. Of course, it's quite extraordinary. Last year, I was in a CDL where, we were looking at the different universities where they had AI startups, there are about 20 of them. And, I used to work in Silicon Valley and there were only men in startups. Here, I saw that there were many women, and most of them were not engineers. It's great to be an engineer. I'm not saying anything against engineers, but it's extraordinary to see today what AI and its tools can help you to do. Because, let's not make a mistake here. I think in France you have 15 to 20 women in percentage in computer sciences. In Tunisia, it's 70%. I don't know what it's like in Morocco, but unfortunately, computer sciences very often don't attract women for the wrong reasons most of the time, but it's a reality. And the fact that today expertise is not in technology is not a need. You can launch stuff and you can just use it. That's really important, and I can see that every day. And I was in Morocco this weekend, and I was with a woman CEO, and she really encouraged the use of ChatGPT for many of the women in her company who can't write, for example, or who don't speak English. And with ChatGPT, they can actually understand what's being said to them, and they can write in English. So in a couple of years, she told me how this tool has really accelerated the career of these women. So of course it's necessary to build data centers and things like that, but encouraging the use of these tools, and that women can feel authorized to do the things that they wouldn't do earlier. You said something that really challenged me. How do you explain the fact that in Tunisia there are more than 60% women in engineering schools, whereas in France, like for years and years, we've not managed to push the ratio up? This might be a real source of inspiration to other countries. Well, actually, it's 60% in scientific universities and 40% for engineering and computer science. So this, I think, is something that can be explained by our history, because we had President Bourguiba, who really pushed women to take a full part in public life. And also, scientific universities is something, going to a scientific university is something that is very well seen in Tunisia. That's why. So this, it's not a question, I think, of essence. It's a question of education, of social encouragement, things like that. I worked for OC Group, which has a presence in Tunisia. It's not a Tunisian group, but at the end we had only women engineers, and it was really extraordinary to see that that was possible. It was possible to have a tech company with a European tech company that had only women, the subsidiary in Tunisia. So you do a lot of mentoring, don't you? Can you tell us a little bit about your mentoring? Go ahead. I was talking to Hajar, sorry. Yes, of course. So...
Yes, I do so on a personal level, but I do so also as part of my organization. We launched an organization called Model, and we bring together fabulous women, such as the ones here today, in this school. Why? Simply because we realized that when we ask some questions of girls in schools and in universities, they say, well, I want to be doctor, I want to be an engineer, and they do not know that there are other jobs that exist that they can aspire to. And so we bring in pilots, engineers, astronauts, engineers who work on AI, entrepreneurs of startups, etc., to these schools. And we spend about 4 hours with these girls to explain that there are other jobs that they can aspire to. Additionally, I also hold master classes at universities, at the American University of Applied Science and the Noura University in Saudi Arabia. It is a university that is exclusively for women and girls. And there, too, it's important to really bring in another vision, i.e. technology can be part of your careers. There are some challenges, of course, but what's really important is to bring them out of the theoretical field and then show them what's really practically done, the real world of what the jobs are like today, what technology is today. And I think it's really important in university today to go from theory to practice. We do also support startups. We've supported more than 400 startups among the member states. We're able to raise $24 million so far in DCO, and a lot of startups come from Algeria, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, etc. And what we do is we set up a kind of matchmaking among countries. So we're not just looking at Tunisia or in Morocco. We're helping them open up to other international markets as well as national markets. Recently, we brought 30 startups from our member states to New York, and this gave them access to a much larger market. So yes, AI is largely dominated by the US, by China, a little bit by Europe. Why do you think it's important that we need global leaders from the Arab world? Because, as was said earlier, AI is also a vehicle, a transmission of culture, of language. So we need equivalence of maybe DeepSeek or ChatGPT, etc., from this part of the world. Well, yes, it's extremely important, and for that to happen, we need cooperation. Without any cooperation, we cannot hope for any transformation. We cannot work in silos. We need an ecosystem. And we need to work on the multilateral level. And we, of course, need to involve the private sector as well. Because even governments are working with the private sector. And so we realize it's a real necessity. And we've seen success stories on this front. And so cooperation means not just involving other countries at the bilateral level or the regional level, but also private-public partnerships and cooperation. And speaking of talents and resources, we have 1% of AI researchers in the Middle East today. That's fairly alarming. I think it's important to create a talent gateway between regions, and this is what we're doing between Africa and Europe. And we're, of course, working with the U.S. and building gateways between the Middle East and the U.S. as well. And we need to also tackle questions of governance. The European Union has promulgated several regulations on AI, and I do think it's important to work on cooperation to set up these regulations, because in the future, while we already have artificial intelligence that creates tomorrow, it's actually going to act as well. And so we need regulations to protect future generations. And I imagine it's not simple, because we're not all on the same wavelength when it comes to AI regulation. Some of them are very optimistic, some are more worried. What exactly do you place yourself? And some countries are rather opposed when it comes to this issue. People also think of regulation as being a barrier too. How do you want to tackle that? Well, I think we need to take the example of the EU, which has just stipulated a regulation on AI. I think on the national level, there are also issues about governance and sovereignty. But let's not forget that the impact of AI is of global nature. We're talking about national sovereignty, but we all work on different continents with different continents, and so it is absolutely essential to set up a regulation. If it's not regional, so we're speaking about Africa, Europe, Asia, etc., well, it certainly needs to cover the entire world, because we do, as I was saying, follow suit after the EU launched this regulation. We also launched the ethical AI legislation, and we're negotiating with the countries in the Middle East for this legislation to be applied. It doesn't necessarily mean that it will be a restriction or a barrier for businesses and their growth. While we're speaking about businesses, so let me turn to Shahad, who's the only business leader here today.
Biggest challenges TAFI has faced since its creation?
Every day we face a challenge. It's part of it. But I would say one of the challenges we've been having is that we've pivoted from B2C. When we first started, we started first with human, doing all the personal shopping and styling for you, and then we pivoted from B2C to B2B. So when we pivoted to more building an agentic commerce, it's a new space, and there isn't still validated business models in the region, or even in Western countries like in North America and Europe. So with that, it was very challenging to have a benchmark to say, okay, we're doing the Uber of Saudi, for example, yeah, right? So and so that was a challenge to raise funds, because investors in the region, they usually like to invest in either validated business models or maybe in fintech, proptech, specific industries that have already, shown success stories and results. And that's not the case. We're kind of innovating in a new space. So with that, it has been challenging to work with very limited resources and retain talents and scale.
Okay. And what has been your proudest moment or achievement as a CEO?
I would say the proudest moment is yet to have. Once we kind of reach a point where we're scaling, where we're reaching our mission even more, I think that's where I will be satisfied. I'm not sure if I will be even satisfied, but yes, like still it's not the case. Small wins, that's kind of what makes the journey, working. Mm-hmm. So I can't look at, one specific, let's say, success, but I could look at small wins such as getting very positive feedback from customers, seeing that we're creating actually impact and adding value to our customers. That is for me small moments that makes me feel proud.
Okay. And how many people work for your company, and what is the gender distribution within your team?
So right now, let's say we're a 10 people team. 7 of us are full-time. We're keeping it kind of lean and hiring, AI agents moving forward. So in terms of like men, women, I would say 30% females, 70% men. Mm-hmm. And it's just that we haven't looked at, okay, let's hire, women or men. We looked at talents regardless of their gender. And that's kind of, our approach.
Okay. And what are the key qualities you look for when building your team?
So definitely we look at people who are very ambitious, who wants to make a difference in this world, and also who wants to make something that is challenging them and makes them feel better and grow. They go through challenges and working with integrity. Integrity is very, very important for us. That is something that we look at. And, just do things regardless what it takes, right? Make things happen. Always go where things can make it work, even if it's very painful, even if it's very challenging and full of ambiguity.
Mm-hmm. Question pour Olfa maintenant. On est ici dans un lieu...
Well, we're in a place of dialogue from across the two borders of the Mediterranean. Do you think there can be collaboration in the future between Ubisoft and other companies from this side of the world? Well, of course. Last year, there was an exhibition on Baghdad. This was a genuine success as an exhibition. And this helped tap into all of the know-how of the museum, its library, and everything that Ubisoft had to offer. And it showcased another image of Baghdad, different to the one that was very often touted these past few years. And of course, there's a lot that can still be done. I'm an eternal optimist, especially when it comes to AI, because I think it's going to help us move forward quickly, create other images, other universes, another vision of the Arab world, perhaps another way of thinking about oneself. I do think that this is going to help us move quickly towards a more positive image of the Arab world and its capacity. And there are lots of collaborations, as were illustrated by the minister, and I think AI can help achieve all of this. The world can also be made accessible. Yes, I myself use automatic translation tools, and I thus have access to a lot of Arabic works. Yes, when I speak about ESC, that is a company that works on crash tests. There were only male engineers across the world and very few women that worked in this company that employed about 1,000 people. And since the beginning, if they had thought about how this was not about technology, but rather about users, then things could have been very different. And I think AI is going to also help women in the Arab world as well to realize that they can also play a role. And so I think that's a very important phenomenon that's emerging. And back in the day, I think this was done at a personal level, but I think AI is going to help the Arab world and the world of women to disrupt a world where there isn't even a similar model, a business model that exists in the Western world. And I think it's important for women to be present in these technologies to fight against cultural and gender prejudices. So concretely speaking, what does it mean for women to be here in these technologies? Well, I'll speak about my personal experience. I think women are more sensitive when it comes to using the user experience rather than the technology itself. I think a lot of societies were embedded in technologies, but they couldn't use this to build growth, as it were. And I think having a different perspective, different view, i.e. that of a woman, can actually trigger lots of other different things. And it's not just an argument for having more women on the team. I've just realized that over 25 years of my experience, that as soon as you have women in your team, well, you simply widen the horizon and you diversify the use of your products. That's fundamental. We unfortunately don't have enough illustrative examples, and today we really need to encourage women to use AI and showcase the success stories. There are some young people in the room. I myself was at university a few years ago. There are lots of people who want to, looking at what kind of studies they want to undertake, and very often they wonder if AI is going to replace them very soon. In Ubisoft, for instance, what are the competencies you would say are going to become useless in a few years? Well, I think there are two things simultaneously happening. There is wealth, and it's not about who's doing that and how they're doing that. We really need to look at what's interesting to you as a field, and you'll find a job that you can do in that. I think AI is quite extraordinary. I have lots of uses for it, and I find that it's very, very useful. And despite that, despite AI helping me save a lot of my time, my schedule remains very, very busy. And I love to read about history and art history, and I've learned that there's always been revolutions, and there are a lot of things that the human spirit is going to continue to be able to do. I'm therefore not very scared. I do think it's important to enhance the values, the feminine values, and we need to also redistribute the financial resources. Technology will probably become less important. Yesterday I was with a cancer doctor, cancer specialist, and who was saying that AI would reach a certain level, and the more recognized doctors today are those who are able to show more empathy, show more care. So yes, go choose a field that you're interested in, and you'll always find something to do in that field. Hajar, can you give us examples, concrete examples of actions undertaken by DCO that have helped reduce the digital fracture in some countries where you work? In Saudi Arabia, we have an example. We've done a lot of work in the kingdom on artificial intelligence. This took the shape of concrete projects such as Humane, also the Impact platform. In Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, for instance, we've also helped accelerate the digital transformation. We have made it accessible to these governments. Well, we've made access possible to plug-and-play platforms. So I can cite Abshir, for instance, in Saudi Arabia. I think you here know about this. And other countries can also implement this very, very easily. We can also connect it to the private sector and also the public sector if necessary. So we're implementing this for smart government in Lebanon. We're doing this in Syria as well for infrastructure management. And so that's a very concrete example. I'd also like to cite the launch of Elevate in Morocco. This is also also to accelerate digital transformation offline. So we're looking at all the trade that we're looking to move online. We've done this for various member states, and we're looking to do this in Morocco for the youth and for women. And we're making this platform available to PMEs, and therefore opening up the market, this online market, to them. And we're also putting them in touch with financial actors and banks, so that they can look at markets that are outside their country. Now, for policy and data centers, Africa needs 700 data centers today. What we're doing today across the continent and in the region with member states of the Middle East is building data embassies, not just in one country. So we're looking at data centers situated somewhere, handling data from elsewhere. And we're looking at greenfield resources in Morocco, for instance. We can look at creating a hub of data centers for Africa, for Nigeria, for Kenya, etc. So we're working on legislation to harmonizing projects involving data centers and the activation of online commerce. All of this, of course, leading to a growth of GDP. How do you assess the impact of these programs at DCO? Well, we have two criteria. We look at the growth of the GDP of the country, and we also look at employability. So these are the two clear criteria we use. We also have the Digital Economy Navigator, which is our assessment tool. This is an index. So if you have a number of indices, etc., 0 to 12, we created a specific index for the digital sector. And today, if you talk to any minister from the government, and you ask them what your priorities are, and the priorities were quite clear. Well, they were all speaking about artificial intelligence, and this country has only a 20% rate of connection. So no infrastructure, no data centers, no connectivity, but their priority is to work on AI. So you really have to close the gaps in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the economy. You have to bring in funds and resources. And once you've closed this gap, well, there you realize you've succeeded in your project, i.e. closing the digital fracture in your member states. You spoke about a number of member states in your organization. Are you looking to work with other states? How do you want to attract them to join you? We have 12 candidate countries right now, coming from different regions. Well, we're not looking to attract them. We simply want to show them the added value of the impact. So we work, of course, with our member states, but we also work with the EU, with the US, with ASEAN. So being a member state or not being a member state doesn't mean we necessarily don't want to collaborate or want to collaborate with you. We simply want to build an ecosystem that better serves you. So we really want to work on the model of cooperation, not just work exclusively with member states. So we do want to work with international partners, the UN, ASEAN, EU, etc. Earlier we were speaking about taking on businesses or creating businesses in the sector. So I have a question for Charles Geoffrey.
Is it more difficult for a Saudi woman to get funding from investors?
Actually, it's difficult for women to get funding, globally. I don't think it's just in Saudi Arabia. I think this is a challenge that we're facing everywhere in the world. I think if I'm correct, it's only 2% of venture capital funding goes to women. So that's a challenge. And I think it's maybe in Saudi, it could be one of the best places comparing to the world when it comes to investing in women in tech, because that's very scarce. Still, like we need more women actually in tech and building their own businesses. So because it's very scarce, so usually investors see that as an opportunity to actually go and invest. So yeah, hopefully we see more women and more investors investing in women.
And why did you choose to set up your company headquarters in Abu Dhabi and not in Saudi Arabia?
So we're a global team. We're building a global remote team, and for us, since they're working outside Saudi, we need more of an international hub to be able to manage all the HR. So that is one reason. Another one is usually investors in tech like to invest in free zones. And ADGM Abu Dhabi is considered one of the free zones. So that is also another reason.
And we are here in Paris. Does Tafi have customers in Europe, and how important is this market for your company?
Yeah, so in fact, our first enterprise customer, we launched with them in the European market. So for us, Europe is a very important market, specifically for fashion, right? Paris is the city of fashion, and to have presence here is very important. So we at Tafi work with global brands that have presence, all over Europe, Middle East, and America. We start with those brands in the GCC where it's underserved market, and then scale with those same brands across Europe and North America.
Thank you. On me dit que j'ai le droit.
Do I have time for one more question? If you had one wish to make, each of you, for the future, what would you say as part of your concluding remarks? Well, lots of wishes, in fact, lots of hope. I'm very happy to be here. This is an extraordinary place, this Arab World Institute. And more practically speaking, I would say we need more initiatives, more businesses championed by women. I think this can really bear fruit. Well, I think that, I hope that technology will make the world more inclusive, more equal, and will bring us out of this geopolitical chaos that was mentioned this morning. I hope that we will be the generation that will bring hope to the future generations and bring more peace, equality to future generations. And Shahad?
The future?
It's a very exciting time, actually. I see there is plenty of opportunities there, and specifically in the Middle East, there are many, untapped potential and markets that is very, actually, there's a purchase power is very strong. Also, the Gen Z is the highest population in the, speaking of Saudi, for example. So I think the future is bright, it's full of opportunities, and I'm so excited to build and be part of it.
Merci à toutes les trois.
Thank you to all three of you.
Et maintenant, on va faire une petite pause.
And now we're going to take a 10 to 15 minute quick coffee break. Thank you. Because I can see that many other people have joined us. So we're going to start our program again. I'm afraid playtime's over, folks.
Avec une table ronde.
So we're going to now have a panel that is going to look at levers for cooperation. What sort of cooperation can we put together for action? And for this, I'm going to call on Dr. Shata Al-Zuhairi, who is the founder and chairwoman of the Iraq Businesswomen Council, Isabelle Bébéa, director of head of International and European Affairs for BPI France, Nadia Hay, who is ambassador and interministerial delegate for the Mediterranean, Delphine O, Secretary General of the Fourth Ministerial Conference on Feminist Diplomacies, Taima Saman, founder of Saman Law Firm, President of the European Network for Women in Leadership, and Charlie Perrault from Les Echos. She will be moderating this panel. And after this, you should have this in your programs. We are then going to have a keynote, Innovating to Inform, Rethinking Media in an Era of Transitions by Rima Abdul Malak before we go for lunch, before we adjourn for lunch. So please do come up and enjoy your panel discussion.
Merci d'être encore là.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us. This is the last panel discussion before lunch, so we are certainly going to try and motivate you. Don't worry, it's going to be very exciting. I'm so happy to have these 5 amazing women here with me in order to talk about these challenges about Franco-Arab cooperation for action. So thank you very much for having presented our speakers. We can go immediately into the subject, and I'm just going to, since we've talked a lot about AI since the beginning of this morning, I'd like to continue about AI, and I'm going to start with Tema, who is a specialized lawyer for AI and tech subjects. So we've said very often that Europe and the Arab countries are very small players in the race for AI today. So Tema, I'd like to ask you, what are the subjects that we should work on together to have more of the cake, if I may put it like that. So it's not that we are small, it's just that you've got these 2 huge giants, the United States and China, which are huge because of their economies and because of their access to financial markets. So let's not forget that financial markets are inherent in the in the American economy, and China has been investing in technology because they have their own money-making machine, so they can afford to do that. So now, how can we do cooperation? Now, I thought it was really important, before I talk about cooperation, to look at what we're talking about, what we are good at, and what we're not so good at. So what I've done is, and I hope this is going to work. No? This is not working, unfortunately. Yes, this is working. Perfect. So to begin with, it's always interesting to focus discussions to see what we are going to talk about and what the diagnostic is. I wanted to show you this slide to tell you that today the problems in the digital field and in AI It's about computation power, access to data and algorithms that can be more or less powerful and that work their way through these huge data banks. So we have players that go from one end of the chain to the other. So infrastructure, of course, that's hardware. And then you have the clouds that can actually support and host all of this data, and these are the huge large language models. Then you have the platforms, and then that goes through to applications. So Europe and Arab countries, most of the players there. And I was listening to you talk about the ethical problems of usage, and so we are at the top of the channel, of the chain, sorry. From the applications to the platform, we are okay. But we have a problem of infrastructure because we don't have this infrastructure. Very clearly, the champions of infrastructure today are the Americans. That's what we use in Europe. We are dependent on the American infrastructure. We don't use Chinese infrastructure so much for geopolitical reasons. We don't have the hardware. We don't have the semiconductors. We don't make chips. And we do not own the huge LLM platforms. We do have a few, but not the powerful ones that we need. So the first cooperation is probably to start thinking about how we can cooperate. That's the first thing we have to do in infrastructure, because we are lagging so far behind. We need the kind of partnerships that will help us to get access to infrastructure. And then I wanted to show you, because this is my subject, so this is what we've been discussing since this morning. The Moroccan minister and Bouvreau talked about access to data and then infrastructure and algorithms. We have this problem of access to data, and how do we organize it? So, of course, we could cooperate for that. For Europe, in Europe, our regulations on data are regulations about sharing. We really regulate how you can better share data, because you can't have AI or any digital work at all without access to data. So we have, obviously, the Data Governance Act, the Free Flow of Non-Personal Data Act. All of that is about how to better share data. So we have, obviously, we have the GDPR, which everyone is familiar with, and the AI Act for data governance. These all restrict the way you can share data on personal data. And for this, I would say, the GDPR to begin with was it was actually about data protection, but now it's gone into sharing data where there might be even a little bit of personal data. We have to go back to the origins of this and look at how we can stop restricting the tools and the data use of data by the tools and the platforms that we can make. Let me remind you also that when you're not based in Europe and you can't be accessed in Europe, the big infrastructure people have access to this data, but they are not regulated by these acts. So, of course, we have to protect people's private lives by working on the problem of the quality of data, and I'm quite convinced that I think we are going to come back to qualified data and not to these huge, wide open LLMs where data is just mined without any discrimination at all, and then these models are built. And we would be in favor of AI being intelligently used, smartly used, within a logic of qualified data, so that all of this can actually make sense. And then I just want to show you the European approach on the framing of AI through risks. Of course, we need to have this risk-based approach, but it needs to be shared by Europe and Arab countries in all of their diversity. There was I had an American boss who used to say to me, there's no such thing as a European. Well, we could extend that to say there's no such thing as an Arab. My father is Syrian, so I know what I'm talking about. I can see that cultures, approaches, regulations are very different in the Arab countries. So I think if it's a risk-based approach, I think that's smart, because you could base yourself on the principle. And I heard this morning, and it is a good thing to not talk about AI by saying, oh my God, how awful, what is this going to do to us? Or, oh wow, it's amazing. We should say it's amazing. How can we adopt it in the smartest and most ethical manner? So we have to come to it from based on the risks and tools and contexts where regulation has to have a light footprint because it's no longer a source of risk. And that's what the European Union has been doing. So to not have something very heavy like the GDPR, we have to keep this risk-based approach. And I'll come back to this in the discussion, not to see AI just as a risk, but to see it as an opportunity as well. And I would like to pay tribute to the French Nobel Prize winner for economy, who uses this exact same logic of creative destruction, because we're actually changing up the model completely. And I'll probably stop here. One of the problems of women in the digital sector is the technological debt and the gender debt that we have both of them here. And of course, the Arab countries have that too, because that, after all, is where mathematics was born. Because when the scientific and technical sectors, when women can have access to education, we will have to reduce our debts. We will have to stop continuing to work in the way we are used to work. We will have to stop just putting our stereotypes from one sector into another. And we have to identify the factors of risk that we are faced with today, to be able to use it as best we can and to reduce problems as much as possible. Okay. So let's turn to Isabel now. But BPI France collaborates a lot, works a lot with Arab countries, with countries around the Mediterranean. Is this something that's new, or is this something that is accelerating? And what is it that you're doing concretely in these countries? Well, no, it's not something new for us, but it certainly has become accelerated with the creation of BPI France. And all of the actions that we carry out in North Africa or in the Middle East are based on networking, development, and growth. Let me explain what I mean by that. One of our historical activities has been investment in investment funds in Africa, and actually I created that activity. I set it up in one of the ancestors of BPI France, and we started investing in investment funds in North Africa so as to contribute in the growth of this financial industry there, which has a lot of value, while at the same time keeping a link between these North African portfolios and our French corporations. So we started to, and then we started to spread that out further in Africa. So we do financial assistance. We work with governments that want to create tools for the funding and the development of their companies, by taking their inspiration from BPI France. For example, in Tunisia, we helped in the setting up of Smart Capital and NAVA. In Morocco, we cooperate with the Mohammed VI Fund so that they can develop different tools for the funding and the development of Moroccan companies. In Saudi Arabia, we accompanied the SME Bank to take a look at their products for SMEs in Saudi Arabia. I could quote other operations as well to you. We have a digital platform that is called Eurocuti, which was created to connect up French startups with physical people. So the platform has developed considerably now. There are 30,000 structures on that platform. They are both French, European, African, Canadian, and right now we are developing it in the Middle East, especially in Saudi Arabia. So this really connects up startups with their ecosystems, with other partner companies and investors all over the world. And then we have this partnership with sovereign funds in the Middle East as well, with QA and Mohammed Allah and other funds which are holding companies for private investments in Saudi Arabia, for example. So these have very diverse partners, but it helps us to attract more money that can be invested in France or in Saudi Arabia, for example, to accompany Saudi projects that are linked to French companies. And Anne Bouvreau mentioned the AI campus that they've set up with MGX, and BPI France is part of this pool with MGX, NVIDIA, and Mistral to set up, and we have to set up this biggest campus in Europe, which is close to Paris. Thank you very much. We have two ambassadors, if I may call you that, Nadia and Delphine. So Nadia, maybe to begin with, who is an interministerial delegate for the Mediterranean as well. What are the subjects that you see here that can have a lot of impact in the short and medium term? Well, there are so many issues, so many things we deal with, so many. I would say that my geographical zone is the Mediterranean. So there's a collaboration between the north countries and the countries of the south. So in the countries of the south, of course, you have the North African countries, but also what we call the Near East. And so this goes all the way up to Jordan. So, of course, we need to identify the challenges. And we have climate problems, obviously, environmental challenges as well, with the protection of the Mediterranean Sea, which is one of the most polluted seas in the world. And it's, if nothing is done, its future is quite dark. And the Mediterranean needs to be preserved, obviously. And it's also an economic question, because so we need to onboard all the populations around the Mediterranean. The question of women and of young people is very vital today as well in all of the actions that we have to carry out. And the role that they need to play, the position they need to occupy to do away with all the inequalities that they are, if I may say so, born into. And there's all of the energy problems as well that we need to, these are challenges that we need to meet as well. So now, obviously, the issues are so vast that we need to find very widespread actions as well, things that can help us to address all of these problems. So in the Mediterranean zone, so of course we have Franco-Arab cooperations, but I think it needs to go further. We need to have European country and Arab countries cooperating. And as we said, a few years ago, we would talk about the protection of the environment and the different transitions. It seems so far away to us, but actually it's now. So the decision that we take today in this very complicated geopolitical context, in a very complicated budgetary context as well for France, but for other European countries as well, and for Arab countries as well. And yet the investments need to be made today. And that's why in France, we've started to set up a plan of action and, of course, there are inequalities that need to be leveled from the very beginning with this technological revolution. And some countries seem to be quite far away from what is being done in terms of innovation because there's no infrastructure, because they don't have enough investment. So the point is to really onboard them as quickly as we possibly can. So that's why in France we've set up the Mediterranean Forum for AI. We had the first meetings in Marseille last year. We have the second edition in Tunis this year. So to ensure that all of the players in the Mediterranean zone can exchange their initiatives and to set up this Mediterranean community for AI. And for that, we need to first think about it, look at the diagnostic, look at where we stand today, but then also to set up cooperations and see where we can go together. So we are acting on all of these different levels with the different forums. We've just celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Barcelona Convention, and so the countries around the Mediterranean will also need to continue to meet and work out solutions for the environment. So we have a lot to do in all of these fields, and I think that the Franco-Arab cooperation, but also EU-Arab cooperation, is decisive today for our future and for all of the challenges that we need to meet together. So Delphine, you are another ambassador. So I think that there are other ambassadors like you in the Arab countries as well. So I'm not going to be talking so much about business and innovation. I'm going to be talking more about women. So I am an ambassador for feminine diplomacies. So let me tell you what feminist diplomacy is about. This is quite a recent concept, and France set up this feminist diplomacy 5 years ago. So what it means is that in its international action, any country, whether it's a country of the north or of the south, cannot really deal with worldwide challenges without integrating women. And this actually cuts both ways. Here, since this morning, we've been talking about the digital transition. We've also been talking about the ecological and environmental transition. And we know today that these two transitions, which really are the worldwide challenges, the global challenges of the 21st century, cannot be looked at separately. Women, we all know this, women are not being integrated completely into the digital transition. They do not have their due position, their due role in technology. And for we know that the development of the internet, of media, social networks, continue to propagate cyber violence and towards women and violence towards women. So today they are not impacting men and women in the same manner. Let's take a climate catastrophe. All the studies that have been carried out over the last 30 years show that 70% of the victims of catastrophes are women. Whether it's a tsunami, whether it's a drought, it is first and foremost women who are impacted, especially in countries of the south. They are in the front line. They are in charge of women. They don't have the same financial resources to flee when a typhoon or a tsunami strikes. When there's a climate catastrophe that impacts a country or a zone, women in certain countries don't even have the right to be alone in a shelter with men. So we know that these global challenges don't impact men and women in the same manner, and therefore, for all the more reason to onboard women in the big solutions that are being advocated. And so the fight for the equality between men and women has to be taken on board, not just for public aid to development, but also for let's say, support for entrepreneurship, for climate challenges, obviously for peace and security, which I think these are the subjects that the Arab world deals with. The place of women in all of the conversations that are being held today is not equal. Of course not. We should think about why is it that we never manage to solve any conflicts if women are not given any role to play. And if you look at the women who have feminist countries that have feminist diplomacies, we were among one of the first countries to have joined it was Morocco, and that's quite clear. And this small group is not an elitist group of Western countries from the north, not at all. It is a group that is balanced between countries of the north and of the south. Historically, we had Latin American countries that were represented, but today there's a trend in the Arab world to join us as well, and we're really happy about it. And the External Affairs Ministry here will be welcoming the 4th Ministerial Conference of Feminist Diplomacies. It's an international summit at a high level. We'll have 30 ministers coming from all over the world, foreign affairs ministers, who will be talking about women's rights. And this is exceptional because we know that foreign affairs ministers do move around the world to talk about ecology, fighting climate change, geopolitics, but it's very rare that they meet to talk about women's rights. So this is one of the reasons why we've asked for geopolitical countries to be well represented, because we, as you know, in Arab countries and women's rights are really under attack. We can see that there is a reactionary, regressive message being given out, and that's coming partly from the US. We thought we had left this behind us 30 years ago, and we had set up the whole of the international rights to ensure that the equality between men and women was written in stone. But unfortunately, these reactionary voices are being heard clearly today. And we will be welcoming the Foreign Affairs Minister from Jordan and from Morocco. Thank you so much. Yes, I do have these in my agenda. Thank you very much. I was boring. I was getting bored. Thank you.
I have a question for you. From your experience, what kind of partnerships between Iraq and Europe, or between Iraq and France, maybe, could most support women entrepreneurships and startups, maybe in the Arab world?
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. I'll speak in Arabic. It's much more convenient for me to. أعتقد الشراكة الأجنبية، يعني شراكة سيوانوية.
You have to, yeah.
الشراكة بين العراق وبين كل البلدان الأوروبية وخاصة فرنسا شيء جدا مهم بالنسبة للعراق.
I think the partnership between Iraq and France and European countries is extremely important for Iraq.
العراق سوق ممتاز ب40 مليون.
Iraq is a very big market with 40 million people.
يمتلك مقومات كثيرة، العقول، natural resources.
Iraq dispose de beaucoup de ressources.
Iraq has a lot of natural resources that can interest Europe.
فنقدر نسوي كثير من المشاريع اللي هي تقدر تساعد النساء، بس مشاريع حقيقية، استثمار بالمستقبل وليس كمساعدات.
On peut donc réaliser beaucoup de projets.
So we can carry out many projects that are in favor of women in Iraq, concrete projects in the future.
نقدر احنا نعتبر فرنسا راح تقود الانوفيشن وتقدر تدخل كثير من الثقافة الأوروبية للعراق.
We believe that France can be at the head of innovation and carry out many projects in Iraq.
40 سنة من الحروب خلت التعليم والثقافة مو الأولوية.
Les 40 ans de guerre ont fait
40 years of war in Iraq have really made culture and education more backward in Iraq.
يعني بنفس الوقت اللي هي فرصة رائعة للدول الأوروبية حقيقة إنه تدخل العراق، لأن إحنا دائما نعتبر أوروبا كصديقة هواية أكثر من بقية الدول.
Pour nous, la France et l'Europe.
So for us, we know that France and Europe have always been very friendly with Iraq, much more than many other countries.
هذه الفرص يعني العراق هسه يعاني من بنجاب فظيع بمختلف المجالات. عندنا نقص تقريبا بجميع النواحي الحياة للأسف.
L'Irak aujourd'hui souffre de.
Iraq today is suffering from gaps in many fields which have been obviously caused by the wars.
سواء من الناحية الثقافية أو الاقتصادية أو الاجتماعية. نقدر احنا نخلق بيئة تعاون وتكافل بيننا وبين الدول الأوروبية بحيث نقدر نرفع المستوى بشكل عام ومستوى يعني ومركز المرأة بالمجتمع بشكل خاص.
Je pense qu'on peut créer.
I think that we can create an environment or a climate for proper cooperation with European countries in order to boost the level of women in every field in Iraq.
اللي نحتاجه حقيقة من الدول الأوروبية أكثر من هو المعونة المادية للعراق بلد غني. نحتاج ننقل التجارب الناجحة، نحتاج incubator متخصصة.
Ce que nous avons surtout besoin en Irak.
And what we need in Iraq, it's not really funding because, as you know, Iraq is a rich country, but we really do need exchanges of expertise.
نحتاج يعني long relationship, partnership. نحتاج نخلق مؤسسات حقيقية بدل ما إنه العراق دائما يعني دائما الدول الأوروبية تقدم دعم بشكل مادي أو تريننج، بس ماكو شيء مستمر، ماكو مشروع ينطي النساء أو مشروع يقدر يتوجهوا للنساء بحيث من يحتاجون شيء يعرفون وين يروحون. فدائما أنا أقترح إنه بدل ما مثلا فرنسا تعطي معونة للعراق أو تعطي برنامج تدريبي، إنه تفتح مركز تدريب للنساء وخصوصا للنساء بحيث كل النساء يعرفون وين يروحون من يريدون يبدون، وأكو برامج مستمرة حتى تقدر المرأة ترفع من قدرتها، وبالتالي كل المجتمع يقدر يدخل بشراكات ناجحة ويا الدول الأوروبية.
Je pense qu'on a besoin de.
Well, I think we need to set up real institutions in France, in Iraq, and France has really helped us with training. But we need to set up real training institutes in Iraq where women in Iraq can take classes and then also have real partnerships that include women.
أعتقد العراق وحتى كل الميدل إيست إذا تعاون ويا أوروبا راح يخلق قوة تقدر على الأقل توازن القوة يعني الأمريكية أو الصينية اللي الكل يتحدث عنها.
Je pense que si l'Irak.
I think that if Iraq and the Middle East can cooperate with France and the Middle East, we can create a zone that will be equivalent of the United States.
C'est très bien ce que je veux.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the translation. I would not have been able to do that. So let me come back to you, Tema, because you are the president of the European Network for Women in Leadership and for France and Lebanon. So what exactly do you do? What kind of actions do you carry out? Well, this is interesting because it's not France, Lebanon at all. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I had. So it's actually the European Network for Women in Leadership, but we also work with people from the Near East, and we have them in our members as well. And actually it was easy to understand because there's confusion because it comes from AI. and why people, and this shows you why people and women are mistrustful of AI. So I did a research on ChatGPT, which was Miss Samman. I put Thema Saman, and ChatGPT told me that I was Franco-Lebanese. I was a Franco-Lebanese advocate, but that's not true at all. I'm Franco-Belgian, but my name does come from Syria because my name is Syrian. My father was Syrian. So what ChatGPT does is it looks at my name and it says, well, her name is from the Levant, and the largest community from the Levant in France is from Lebanon, so she must be Lebanese. That is really interesting. So I wanted to talk to you about this because, the thing is, people tell you can see that AI is rubbish, and the more educated people are, the more they say this is rubbish. Because then that's not true. You have to ask a second question. You have to say, you ask it, what tells you that Thaima Saman is a Franco-Lebanese woman? It'll tell you, no, we don't have any reliable reasons to tell you that. Well, I'm sorry. So you have to push further. I'm educated enough to know that this answer is wrong, and you have to ask the question again. You have to say, what are your sources? So that, and that answer, the second answer, gives you the proper, tells you exactly where you stand. So we have two problems. The first one is that women don't come from the world of tech, at least that's true in Western Europe. It is not really true in Eastern Europe, and it's not necessarily true in the Near East or in the Arab world countries either, because of this gender debt in which we in Western Europe are stuck, because women in these other countries move directly to the sectors where there's the most potential, and they don't believe in the stereotypes of past eras. So we've had this problem of the relationship of women with sciences.
So I just wanted to go back to what was said earlier, and I don't completely disagree, but it's not completely okay to say that women are mere users. Yes, it is easy to get women to use technologies. I am thinking about my colleague who works at the steering committee, who says that women are more involved in the caring industries. Well, it's just outright horrible to say that. Well, it probably will be better for society if the men became more caring, and women are also allowed to think about profit, they're allowed to become ambitious, and the idea of entering the digital sector through becoming users and
conquérir, et puis vous allez ensuite sur le reste. Mais dans le discours, nous avons une problématique de stéréotype de les femmes ne sont pas conceptuelles.
And to think about women as not being able to conceive of things, that's also an error, because they're simply not used to doing that. And given the tools, they will be able to do that if they give the tools, if they have the tools, if they're educated, if they have more use of artificial intelligence in their studies and in their jobs, well, they will simply become more proficient. Because if there is a fear that's prevalent that says that, well, if AI were to replace me, then I will have no jobs. Well, this fear is something that stymies action. And rather than think about it in that way, you might want to think about AI as something that's going to help you become smarter. I think that's more interesting. And some statistics, some economists have shown today through their studies that technology has been able to create jobs, historically speaking, and has helped also improve standards of life and qualities of life, rather than the contrary. And so I think it's rather counterintuitive, but we need to start by fighting against stereotypes about women. And the second thing I'd like to say, and this is something that we do a lot in our network, and I completely agree with you, Delphine, when you say it's about justice. Well, but it's not the right argument to present. The right argument, I think, is to say that if we do not have policies to encourage women to adopt the digital tools, well, then we're simply going to lack talent, because we do need talent to work on these subjects. We need to multiply the number of people who work on this, and I agree with the previous roundtable when you speak about the prestige of being in engineering schools. We need more engineers. We need boys to come in, but we also need girls to come into these schools. And the first argument I would say is, when it comes to promoting women in the digital sector, is this. We were speaking about access to funding. We worked extensively on this with a structure called Women Equity for Growth, and we did a few interesting studies that showed that women had more difficulties in accessing funding, but they were also more or better in handling the funds once they got it, not because of some genetic predisposition, but simply because they were fewer in number, and so they turned out to be better. But all of this to say that we simply need more women in the sector. And then I would also say that we need to fight against all of these so that tomorrow's world, whether it's across the world or in the Arab world, well, we need women's talents to build tomorrow's digital world. Yes, Delphine, why do you think we're still talking about this in 2025 on the representation of women in the digital world? I think you spoke about it earlier. You spoke about cyber violences that women are very often victims of. Well, I think it's an important subject, not the only subject. Let me remind you that France hosted the AI summit, and Taima just spoke about, hadn't yet spoken about no women without AI, no AI without women, rather. We organized a week-long event, a side event, on the role of women in the tech industry and in AI. And Minister, you were part of this event, as well as other international organizations, the Council of Europe, Finland, Iceland, etc. And at the Ministry of External Affairs for a few years now, we've been working on a connected subject, because a few studies have shown that the low representation of women in the tech sectors, in tech jobs, I'm not just talking about AI here, the whole tech industry, it's not just an issue of access. So low representation of women and girls in engineering schools, and then access to tech jobs. It's also a question to do with retention. A large proportion of women access jobs and then leave. The reasons for this departure, well, some of them are reasons linked to the general loss of women in the job market, i.e. difficulties in trying to balance your personal life and your professional life. So it's not specific to the tech sector, but there's a very specific issue in some tech companies linked to the business culture, which is particularly misogynist, which is violent, which is more favorable to harassment towards women, etc. And so this leads to a number of women actually leaving these kinds of jobs. And I'm linking up to the question on cyber violence and harassment against women in the cyberspace. The digital revolution is obviously a good thing for generalizing and enlarging, widening access to a large section of population that doesn't particularly have access to information and to power earlier. And of course, this includes women who constitute half of the world's population. But this space is also a space where all of this is exacerbated. And so the fact that women aren't involved in the design of AI, well, that's a problem, because AI today is being instrumentalized to mete out violence against women. And today, you all know that all public female figures that occupy a position of power, whether it's in the political sphere or the economic, social, or journalistic spheres, is a victim of violence, cyber violence. There is no single such woman who has not been a victim. Of course, the degrees vary, the extent to which they suffer vary. And I'm talking about public figures, activists, and a number of these women actually withdraw from these positions of power in the way in which some women who work in the tech sector cannot withdraw from the sector simply because they cannot suffer any longer from these kinds of macho and misogynistic attitudes. Jacinda Ardern, one example, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, who was left-leaning, ecology-leaning Prime Minister, she withdrew from public and political life, and she did say why she did so, because she was no longer able to tolerate cyber violence and all of the threats that she was subject to. France announced 2 years ago the first international initiative to fight against cyberbullying against women. And of course, this involves the public political figures, but also women journalists and people, activists who work on the field. This is called the Laboratory for Women Online. And this involves member states, international organizations, specialized lawyers and solicitors, and also platforms who are coming around the table to speak about regulation of digital spaces and also about protecting human rights and women's rights, because we're talking about rights for all women and all girls to exist publicly on social media, despite the fact that there are attacks of cyberbullying. And the emergence of AI and the multiplication of deep fakes, etc., is also a huge problem. And this because, once again, these women and even teenagers are victims of deep fakes. And I think it would be ideal for a huge number of countries, whether in the north or in the south, that are dealing with this problem. And I know that there are certain countries in the Arab world are doing so, because this issue concerns very young girls, from 12 to 13-year-old girls, all the way up to public figures. And very often, these girls are told, well, you shouldn't have posted all of these photos online, and you simply have to withdraw from social media. And the result is that, well, yes, women from public positions of power are withdrawing. Nadia, do you want to respond? Because you have been a delegate, an interministerial delegate for the Mediterranean. How do you conceive of these problems? Yes, and I was the first woman to actually occupy this post, this function. So this has also been an honor for me, and I'm very proud of this. I want to respond to what was said by Taima and Delphine on the question of representation, because I want to tie it back to Franco-Arab cooperation, because obviously France has been a leader on a number of topics in the EU, inside the Mediterranean region, and for a few topics of international interest as well. But on women and technology, women and maths, women and AI, France is trying to sort of catch up with the rest, and we're actually running quite far behind. And this is not just linked to political decisions. As MPs, we did vote for a number of laws to encourage girls to choose science subjects, etc., on representation of women in company boards, etc. But policies can only go so far. There is a question of representation. If France has a role of leadership, well, it should also look at what's happening on the other side of the Mediterranean. When in France, when you think of AI, who do you think of? Arthur Musk. In the US, you speak about Elon Musk. And in Morocco, you'll think of the minister here. And it's the same in Tunisia. in Arab countries, when you speak about women in science, women in maths, etc., well, there is no issue. There are models that can serve as an inspiration to break these stereotypes, break these cognitive biases, so that right from a childhood, you can work on these models and break free from these obstacles and barriers that women sometimes can build for themselves. So I believe strongly in role models, in representation, in narratives, in each other's experiences. On the AI forum, I looked at the list of speakers, and I said to my team, well, there are 90% of these speakers that are men. That's just not acceptable. We do need gender parity on all panels. I want 50% men and 50% women. Well, we don't have gender parity here. I'm sorry. And in this way, in this direction, I completely agree. When we talk about topics, and when we want to break these models, historic models, well, we have to work at it on a daily basis. We have to do so in our daily lives, in our companies, in the foreign affairs ministries, in the companies, etc. Well, we need to keep in mind these role models so that the young girls and women can take inspiration from that. Policies can only go so far. They have certain limits. And so despite all of the laws that have been set up, well, simultaneously, we have to work on mentalities and work on building these role models, and this has to be done constantly. Isabel, and then I'll hand over to Taima very quickly. Isabel, you also work with lots of entrepreneurs, and you talk about wanting to export them to the Middle Eastern countries. Why do you think all of these entrepreneurs need to look at the countries of the Middle East? Well, we speak a lot about Europe and the US. Why do you think we should look at the Middle East particularly? Well, I want to respond to what Nadia was saying. I completely agree with you. I really do think it's a question of education. And I travel extensively, and when I traveled in the Middle East or in North Africa, I'd never felt that there was a misogynistic attitude towards me, whereas I have been able to experience it in France. And so that's something that really is striking to me. So why, you asked me, why we women should look at the Middle Eastern countries? Well, firstly, there's a huge movement, a huge impetus in these countries. Let me start by talking about Morocco. Morocco now is ahead of the curve in terms of development compared to other African countries. There's a mindset, there's a lot of positive attitude, there's a lot of pride in what they've been able to achieve. And I would say the same for Saudi Arabia as well. I was struck earlier while listening to the co-founder of TAFI. And in her concluding words, she was only ever positive. She said the future is great. There's lots of things to be done. And I think if you were to ask the same question of a business creator or a startup creator in France, well, they probably wouldn't say the same thing. And when I went to Saudi Arabia, I go there quite regularly these days. The first time I went there was about 5 to 6 years ago. I had a lot of preconceived ideas about the country, but now I can see there's a huge dynamism, an optimism, a huge amount of pride in all of these entrepreneurs. The fact that they belong to this movement of change, and this is including on the role of women in society. And of course, let's talk about the size of the Saudi Arabian economy. All of these Gulf countries that want to change their model, they want to diversify their economy. So I don't think it's very easy to just raise funds and develop your company once you come back to France. I think they first and foremost want to develop their own countries. But if you want to develop your business in those countries, particularly in Saudi Arabia, there's so many provisions that have been laid out to facilitate your installation, your establishment in Saudi Arabia. And it's the same for the UAE, etc. So there's a lot of positive movement, lots of opportunities. These markets are huge as well. And so in BPI France, I've really tried to encourage French companies to look with interest at these companies. We're doing this already quite successfully in Morocco, but I think this is also going to be true of Gulf countries.
Dedicated much of your career to empowering women and training young entrepreneurs. What are the biggest barriers still facing Iraqi women who want to launch and grow their businesses in Iraq?
The Iraqi women, 40 years of war make her resilient. In this 40 years, we accumulate a huge knowledge and strength. And now, the situation in Iraq is changing. The government for the first time, is looking at the women, really, and the private sector. So they are trying the best. They are self-learning. We don't have an institute or anything to teach women how to deal with AI. But recently, we opened the first AI college in Baghdad. And we have another 20 private college also. They open AI. We have a lot of obstacles. First of all, the infrastructures. We don't have internet everywhere, and our internet is very slow. Second, and the most important, all the information fed to the AI is being by men, so they are biased. They're always for the side of the men. Second, we have social and cultural barriers. It's huge. Still, the woman has to go in a certain time and come in a certain time, and the man will, control every aspect of her life. But we have the new generation of young women. They are amazing. They are self-learning. They are training themselves. They learn AI by themselves. My private business is to create e-learning platform for K-12, so I can implement what's needed for the Iraqi women is from early stage, from kindergarten, she will learn how to use the technology. And also, we have a huge amount of literacy, and of course, digital literacy. And this is a big, big barrier. And we are talking about also the work, Work, women needs a secure environment to work. And our environment is not secure yet. We don't know when the real peace will become to Baghdad. We still everybody want to fight with somebody, he will use Iraq. So it's a huge thing. Women need a secure environment to grow. But despite all that, we are growing and we are creating our companies. The problem, only 5 to 7% from the women have their own business. They registered their work because it's bureaucracy. It is very expensive. It is corrupted. So they prefer to work, and nobody knows them. And the other also barrier. Iraq cannot export any of its products. It's very difficult for us to have work outside because our education system wasn't a priority for the Iraqi for a long time. So they cannot get the good business. But with AI, they have this chance. And I can see there is a big, huge difference happening, especially between women in Iraq. When I started the council before 4 years, I have to fight 3 years to establish it. And finally, I launched it last November. I struggle to find five ladies, so we will start the council together. But now I have like tens of women registered in the council, so we will make like a power. We can explain ourselves. Unfortunately, till now, the men doesn't take the women work seriously. Although I think there is no Iraqi woman doesn't have a talent. All of us working, but it is not paid job. So we are trying to, with the use of the AI, that women can go back to school, can finish their study, and then with AI they can work from anywhere. And that's all of us looking really, really for the AI to take place in Iraq and help all women.
Thank you. Tema, je vous laisse.
Tema, 1 minute, because we're already running out of time. Could you also quickly wrap into your response that no AI without women? Yes, I want to go back to the question of representation. So France has been organizing the AI Action Summit, and we also spoke about the role of women in AI and the fact that they're invisible. And created an initiative which basically involved breakfasts with women in AI. And in the first of these breakfast meetings, the European Network for Women in Leadership was also present, and we thought up this initiative that is called No AI Without Women, because we did realize in the end that there were a lot of women in AI. There's lots of heads of labs, heads of R&D developments. Joël Barrot, for instance, who is the head of DeepMind in Google. So there was a huge list of women that we wanted to showcase. And for us, we really wanted to work on the issue of representation. And one of the things we have to tackle is that young women and young girls in particular need to be able to project themselves in the digital world, in the world of AI, and tell themselves that this world is for them, that they are cut out for this world, that they have the intelligence, the capacities to succeed. And we organized a huge event on the 5th of December at the Élysée Palace. And in fact, we had to uninvite 30% of the guests who had signed up because we had so much demand. And of course, we had so much security that was involved in the organization of this project, this event. And during the business track, for those of whom know this event, we once again organized a similar event to show showcase these success stories, to first and foremost show that these success stories exist, and to also encourage men to stop actually believing that women aren't capable, and also to continue to work towards building parity in this sector. So yes, I think those will be perfect concluding remarks. So I invite you to continue discussing amongst yourself during the lunch. Thank you, one and all.
Je vais à peine vous laisser le temps de...
Well, you barely have time to catch your breath before I call Rima Abdul Malak to speak to us about innovation in the media. Once again, I remind you that Rima has just become director of the press group L'Orient Le Jour. Rima, you have the floor. Do not worry, we will have lunch very soon. I'll be brief. I've had the honor of being appointed as director of the press group L'Orient Le Jour, who was headed by the director who is with us today and has just joined us. Néla de Frege. The group is 101-year-old, and it's mainly read by foreign readers in France, not only the Lebanese people of France, but anyone who's interested in the Middle East. And I chose to tell you about the history of L'Orient le Jour because we're discussing evolution of models, we're discussing innovation, and it really has an impact on the media and the press. And I really believe in the importance of innovation in the media for other fights, other struggles. If we do not evolve in the media, we cannot evolve in economics or in politics or in anything else. Information is really at the heart, at the very beginning of anything that can lead us to evolve and progress for tomorrow. The more disinformed, misinformed we are, the more we should worry about the future. So after working in humanitarian area, diplomacy, at the Ministry of Culture, after everything I've done in my life, I thought the time had come for me to first go back to Lebanon, and from Beirut, which is also a wonderful hub for innovation, I chose to take this media a step further, hoping it will live on for an extra 100 years to defend information. We need rigorous, reliable information, specifically at a time where this region of the world is very much shaken, but also with hopes of peace and development that we should keep in mind. L'Orient le Jour for me is much more than a media. It's a living place. It's a place of debate. It's a place of sharing, of collective intelligence as well. And it's also a place of solidarity and cooperation because it unites the Lebanese people of Lebanon and the Lebanese people of the diaspora. So it's really a place of cooperation and exchange, which is the reason why you here in Paris can read articles from L'Orient le Jour and hopefully in a short time have participate in events as well. A few words. I should like to show you a video which will be telling you the story of the 100 years of existence of this newspaper in the history of Lebanon. It was created in 1924 by Georges Nakache and Gabriel Chabaz. It was only called L'Orient, and then Le Jour was created by Michel Chiha, who's a very famous writer and political man, politician in Lebanon. He wrote the Lebanese constitution, and these two journals, L'Orient and Le Jour, merged in 1971 and became L'Orient Le Jour. The archives are absolutely extraordinary. There's a collection of pictures, photographies by Georges Boustani, who look back at all the pictures, and with White Beer, which is an organization partnership created by Lebanese, there was already seed planted there before. We used AI to create this video. So once again, there is no video in this video. Actually, I was quite surprised myself. It's all pictures that were given color, given life, without any manipulation whatsoever. The managers of the journal are very, very vigilant, and Ludovic Bléchet supervised the whole thing. He's a member of the L'Orient Le Jour family. He's been so for a long time. He's a specialist of innovation. Let's take a look at the short film, and then I'll tell you more about the digital transformation of L'Orient Le Jour, so that we can take a short breath. Let's travel to Beirut.
Normal.
Porté par l'ivresse des mots et un élan politique qui se confondait avec les...
With a political momentum intertwined with the birth of a nation, Georges Chabaz and Gabriel Nakache, Georges Nakache and Gabriel Chabaz embarked in July 1924 on an unprecedented adventure, founding a major French language daily, L'Orient Le Jour, born 10 years later, before taking over by Michel Chirac in 1937, the major newspaper. When they were born, these two journals, L'Orient and Le Jour, were at the heart of downtown Beirut, as well as the port where ships from the entire world used to come. L'Orient was near Trablos, close to Al-Hajami restaurant, where lawyers, journalists, politicians would meet, debating the future of Lebanon and the region. At the time, one question became very central, and both journals had very different positions on it, and that is the independence of Lebanon. Until 1943, this is something that both journals were discussing. Is Lebanon ready to do away with the French colonization? If so, how and what are the rates? In November of 1943, on November 22nd, Lebanon finally gained its independence. But the challenges remain. Ash spent 3 months in prison for an article he wrote saying 2 negations do not make 1 nation. Despite some reserve, the situation was quiet for quite a while, but then the region tensions kept mounting with the Nakba in 1948 and the creation of the State of Israel, and Lebanon was not spared. In the 60s, the 70s, the Palestinian question was at the heart of everything in Lebanon. And in this context, in 1971, L'Orient and Le Jour merged. They were facing hard financial difficulties, and Nakash specifically, and he didn't have a choice but to accept the proposal by his rival. I remember that Hamra Street was a place where ideas would be shared. The cafes were full of discussions on literature, on the situation, politics, and L'Orient Le Jour was at the heart of all that. However, the political and security context takes over everything Lebanon doesn't know yet, but it is going straight towards a war. Starting on April 13th, 1975, the capital was divided between the east, where most journalists of L'Orient Le Jour live, and the west, where the headquarters of the journal are. As many taken between fires, there was a divide. Small office was open in the west, and journalists settled in Hamra. L'Orient Le Jour became an actor, despite itself, of the war. Some newspapers are burned because some people have a hard time seeing Yasser Arafat on the first page, on the front page. The offices became collateral victims. Edouard Saad, Fabienne Thomas, and Georges Senekian were killed during the war. During the war, we journalists had one idea, one main idea was to keep publishing despite bombing. In 1978, the war ends, and the south is still occupied by the Syrian army. The offices are placed a few meters from where Rafik Hariri was killed. Anti-Syrian manifestation, demonstration, anti-Syrian protests, Hezbollah showing force. The situation evolved quite quickly and deteriorated. L'Orient Le Jour, for its part, resolutely committed to its digital transformation. After 70 years, it was able to fight against or to survive through the economic crisis, the explosion of the ports, another war, etc. Decade after decade, we had to resist censorship, we had to adapt to war, we had to adapt to the return of peace, crises, reconstruction. We evolved through technology, but our soul remained the same. Our idea was to keep offering free, precise, and independent information.
Voilà, je trouve que la dernière.
I believe the last sentence is very important. We evolved through technology, but we maintained our soul and our raison d'être, which was maintaining reliable, free, and accurate information. Evolution, technology serves what purpose? Well, this precise purpose, the press, which is increasingly confronted to a major world crisis of disinformation, misinformation. So how can AI serve now as not a danger, because it can be dangerous, but rather as a tool to help the media reach its rationale? So that's an example of what AI can do to bring back archives, to show history, and shed light on the present as well. This was a good example to me of innovation that respects history and the identity of a journal that is, of a newspaper that is as important as Le Jour, 100 years later, still standing, which is close to being a miracle. In the digital evolution of Le Jour, I could tell you so many things. Unfortunately, time is of the essence, but I could speak to you about first online subscription, which was very early compared to other newspapers, a video system, a newsletter system, the development on social networks. I can also tell you about the development of the app, which is really user-friendly. A WhatsApp group was also created to get closer to readers throughout the world and throughout the day, send them a feed. And there are links that they can click on if they want more information. Some 10,000s of people are parts of this WhatsApp group. The whole idea is to help readers participate and to get closer to the readers through hundreds of various ways. And as I was telling you, 75% of readers are outside of Lebanon. So how do we connect to a Lebanese person from Brazil, France, Canada, anyone interested in the Middle East, all over the world? The digital evolution of the newspaper was a way to get closer to each and every one of our readers. But what I choose to tell you about today is a very recent development of Le Jour today. It's an English themed, so to speak, evolution. It's a beacon of French-speaking people in the world representing the region, but it also needed to turn to English speakers. So Lorient Today was born in 2021. It's the digital version of the newspaper in English. The editorialists were separated into two groups at first, and very quickly data analysis, feedback from readers, observations of the various users showed us that we needed to work differently, that our most important resource and the most easy to use was the production of content, as it has always worked with one single team. So Lorient Today evolved, and it became simply the English version of Lorient Le Jour and didn't become a separate newspaper. The content was adapted to the expectation of international readership. The content was also adapted, but it became a much more translated newspaper with exclusive tools. And of course, when we speak of translation, we speak of AI, with a tool that was developed by Whitebeard, the very company that did the video I just showed you, a partner of Lorient Le Jour. And this is what we call the CMS, Content Management System. It's a CMS tool that helped us go through a paradigm shift to use AI to reach translations that weren't just transferred or going from one language to the other. It was also about maintaining a tone, a style that was really the tone and style of Lorient Le Jour. It was a great way to give more time to our teams who were able to work on more qualitative content, wider articles, more in-depth analyses. And today, some 85% of the articles of L'Orient Le Jour that are translated into English are translated 2 hours after they're published in French. However, many more exclusive articles, 7 to 8 articles per week, when prior to that there were no specific articles. Everyone was obsessed with the news feed. So we're getting closer to the identity of L'Orient Le Jour. We're based on a team of course, translators. It's not just AI. People who proofread the text, everything that's more sensitive, more complex, more literal, more part of literature, or anything that could create any kind of confusion politically is proofread with much more time and more accuracy. And in any case, the publishers read and proofread anything that's been translated by AI. In both cases, the idea was to keep close to the identity and never betray. Of course, we don't have a lot of money, but we can reach out to an international audience in English. And L'Orient today, the English version, showed an increase of 60% of the visits, and that was just within 1 year, quite a rapid increase. Why I should like to insist on the fact that AI did not replace humans. It was just a way to do better, to do more, to do faster. But human journalism is essential. It's a good way. It's what helps us think through our editorial content. AI is just an assistant. It's let's say an additional tool in this whole chain of publishing, and the publishing identity remains extremely important. By way of conclusion, the upcoming challenges that worry us and on which we have to act very quickly in a determined manner. As you know, publicity has dropped for all media in the world because publicity is now hogged by platforms such as Twitter, TikTok. So many newspaper have suffered by a drop in publicity. It's the case also for L'Orient Le Jour, which led us to keep readapting, thinking of other partnerships we could think of, how to better divide things, for having, for example, publicity actors who could help us for a certain category of the population, but for segmentation we need data, we need a data strategy, and for this data strategy we also need the right innovation tools. So again, this leads us back to our discussion on economic development and our relationship to our readers. Another risk is, you have all heard, I believe, of AI Google overview. So it's not really present here yet in France because our regulation protects the rights of the press. So this hasn't been launched here yet, but it's been launched all over the world almost. AI Google Overview is a tool that summarizes the articles. Instead of reading them, you read an overview. You have an overview of about 4 lines. There's a link on the right in small font to read the entire article, but almost nobody clicks on this link. They all read the overview. This is a real disaster. In 4 months, the New York Times lost 36% of its traffic, meaning that people don't actually read the articles anymore. So this is really going to hurt the press, and it will force the media to reinvent themselves, to think of ways to make sure that their readers remain loyal. Google Overview, but also ChatGPT can summarize an article. How do we find other tools? How do we use other tools with events, with festivals, with partnerships, get together to be stronger together with other media? We will have to get together, become stronger, and using our most precious assets to become different from everything else. So this will be my conclusion. We need to make sure we are special and different from others, but also get together to be stronger. The digital transformation will really transform the way that we see our feed when we turn on our computers, when we turn on our smartphone. The risk is that we turn away from the original content produced by journalists after what you've just seen. You know how important it is. 100 years of resistance and overcoming crises. I hope we can reinvent ourselves. Bon appétit. It's time to go have lunch. Thank you very much.
C'est beau, hein, c'est émouvant. Quoi donc? C'est sur YouTube. Je peux vous envoyer le lien.
this lavish lunch. We'll make sure to keep you awake. So please do go back to your seats. We're very late on schedule. Before I welcome our speakers for the fireside chat number 2, I invite President Jack Lang to say a few words. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, well, first of all, many thanks to those of you who have organized this event. Unfortunately, I was out of the building this morning. However, I was told that this morning's discussions were fascinating, very promising, very rich. Warm welcome to my friend Rima, to Hamza, who keep relentlessly contributing to getting us together. So I won't say too much about your encounters specifically, because since this morning you know more than necessary about them. The participants are very talented. The topic that we have chosen for today is a topic that's key in our contemporary history. Through women, through their capacity to innovate, invent, create, we can try not only to avoid absolute mayhem in the world as we know it today, but also it is through women that we can try to find common rules, common mindsets to better live together. One of you this morning, it's quite a funny coincidence, because one woman who was really representing what a woman can do, which is a lot, is Cleopatra. She was a powerful woman. And when you think about it, you think, how was she able, back in the days, be in Egypt and Greece and Rome? I think it required from her a lot of inventivity, a lot of intelligence. She wasn't perfect, of course. She went through some particular moments. I'm not going to dwell on them right now. Nevertheless, she is proof of creative energy, inventive energy, that's very inspiring. Her most extraordinary creation is actually the very fact that we're still talking about her today. She's an absolute legend that went through centuries and thousands of years. Thank you for this wonderful, inspiring example. A few more words, since we're gathered here today. IMA is going to Lebanon in a few days to inaugurate our exhibition, Diva of the Arab World, Fayrouz, Kulthum, Warda, Farida, other singers for us, and other divas for us. It's a very, very important event. I was talking to Rima about it a few moments ago. It's a very important event for Lebanese people, but also for the Middle East. These women, their energy, their beauty, their musical beauty, the beauty of where they were, and each and every one of them, in her own way, showed a will to their own empowerment, to of course, I'm sorry. I'm completely losing the focus of the discussions for today. But François Mitterrand, the French president, used to say, "History is revolutionary." It is history that teaches us what we need to invent, what we need to create. And I'm not doing any propaganda for the Institute of the Arab World, but we were talking about it earlier with Rima. The exhibition that we have right now on 5,000 years of history in Gaza is not just about archaeology and remains. It's not only a scientific exhibition. It's also an act of resistance for today and resistance for tomorrow. Gaza is not just an open-air prison. It's not just rubble. It's also hope, the hope of a new life, a new freedom, new rebuilding. So let's remember that. Thank you to all of you for making this so successful.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know that we're competing with post-lunch couscous and red wine and, you know, like a dip in energy. So we decided to switch the conversation to English so that we keep you on your feet a bit. So hopefully we'll succeed. I'm joined on the stage with Sarah Rambourg, who is the president of the Rambourg Foundation. She operates at the crossroad of art, activism, and strategic philanthropy. And what she embodies really is artivism, what we really want to call artivism, and her recent production of The Voice of Hind Rajab really demonstrates how culture can be a vehicle for political consciousness and social change. But before that, Sarah is actually joining us from Washington, D.C., and a city where political, economic, and cultural diplomacy is, whether we want it or not, reshaping our region in very, very different ways. And her work really raises urgent questions for today, in an era where American cultural and political engagement with the Arab world is shifting. Where does Europe stand? And as the US is recalibrating its priorities, is there space and will for Europe, for France, to really step in to support artistic creation and cultural narratives? So maybe we start with that. How is the US today?
It's good, very, very good. I mean, everyone keep telling me, oh, you moved to the US, because I just moved there recently, 2 months ago, so it's very good timing. And we were so lucky to get our visas just one day before they switch the rules. The US, as you heard, all of you, a lot of funds has been cut for arts, for education, for different projects, for technology, so it's not the easiest place to be right now. But I believe in time where our challenges, other things rises. I receive a lot of questions from people, how can we sustain our organization right now? Or our work rely directly for those funds. And we have seen a lot of people lost their jobs, they had to move from countries, they have to challenge themselves to find other alternatives to fund funds and sustainable funding for their projects. However, for art, actually, I started doing certain researches because I keep receiving a lot of questions regarding that, and I made a list, so probably people will be interested to know about those institutions. They can play a key role for investment and giving funds, and also for artists who are trying to search for institutions who could support their work without any restriction and censorship. And probably people who are following us on YouTube now or other links, they can also take notes of that. So I would like to share with you the information that the Middle East Institute in DC, they have a lot of projects. And right now, actually, they have an exhibition there for art, which I invite people in the US to visit. Some of the artists are from Morocco there too, and there are 14 Arab artists in the exhibition. The Los Angeles County Museum also, they has been highlighting a lot of work for art and Arab focus for Arab artists and also American Arab artists. It's hybrid combination there. You have also the Center for Arabic Culture in Boston, which I think you are very familiar because you lived in Boston. The National Endowment for Artists, it's a federal funding, but they are also focusing in American Arab artists, where I think it's a good opportunity also to keep a bit of federal fund to artists. The Arab Fund for Artists and Culture also, it's an entity that could support a lot of artists who are trying to expand their work and do exchange programs in the US. As you know, the exposure of Arab arts, it's not that big. It's more in big cities, but we still have a lot to do. There are a lot of local communities there that are trying to create different narrative, to create exposure. I'm very happy and proud of the diaspora there because they're working together hand to hand. They are trying to focus on the positive, on what can we do in the current circumstances, and instead of just focusing on the negative thing, because sometimes we get fed up, we get depressed by that, and we need to lift ourselves, and only can happen if people collaborate together and work hand to hand in that. Of course, making more exposure for Arab artists or Arab culture needs a lot of resources. Because sometimes to bring art or exhibitions from the Arab world to the US, there are a lot of costs that needs to be taken into consideration. The shipment itself, it's a huge thing. Also, sometimes the regulation in the countries cannot really help and support artists to get their artwork out of the country. Every country are different regarding that, is different regarding that. However, I think artists, they need a lot of support from local government in their country to help them to take their art outside, because sometimes if you put certain rules saying you have to put a deposit of certain amount in order to get your work outside from your country, that could be a big restriction for artists, especially emerging ones, because they don't have the means in the beginning. Even the most important artists, sometimes they don't have the budget to do so. And this is why we need a lot of elements to be taken on consideration to support their work and to get the international exposure. And that exposure helps in what exactly? To shift the narrative and how we are perceived. Because right now, the fine art is defined by the Western world, and the definition of the fine art, and who are the key elements that always we are receiving more than we are contributing. And I think right now it's the momentum to change that narrative and to be seen equal to that, because we have the capacity to do so.
No, thank you. And actually, it's very interesting to hear and very hopeful that even when the government is receding in its funding, you have new actors stepping up, especially in the philanthropic space, foundation, but also local syndicates from the diaspora. So actually, that's a very good message for this group. I think to your point about art as a tool to change narratives, tell us a bit more on that, especially from the work with on the voice of Hind Rajab.
Culture and art is always with a message, even if we tend to not be apolitical, but it has a political thing. Not all the time, but there is a link between the messages and the agendas that we would like to claim for that. And the purpose of the voice of Hind Rajab, it was built under the idea that some people are not politicians. They don't have the means to be in a position when immediately can shift things and they can force the law and the rules. So when Kauthar, she had the idea, she said, I'm not an activist, but I'm an artist with a voice, and I heard the voice of a little girl. So I would love to do something with that. And alone, I cannot do it. I need other people to be in the movement, to join the team and to sponsor that and to believe in that, because it's the momentum. And art, sometimes we focus on the time, in the immediate time, and sometimes we need to take some distance, and then we tell the story differently. But for the movie, the voice of Hind Rajab, it's needed to be done now. And actually, we witnessed the impact of that, especially after the screening and the premiere in Venice, and how a lot of other artists, they joined the movement and they spoke up about what they were afraid to talk about. And that's the role of art. It gives a space that sometimes in political sphere, it's not possible. The role of art is like to push boundaries, to challenge, to evocate something in us. And I believe art, the power of art, it makes us feel things that sometimes we cannot even describe. And it arrives before even finding the word to describe that. So it moves things in us without understanding in the beginning what are we really feeling. And it pushes us to think differently of things and the perception of that. the voice of Hind Rajab or other art projects from Palestinian or even other Arab artists, it's needed now, it's important to be supported. However, we should not just perceive the Arab artists to talk just about freedom or about war. We should not box us in that. We are more than that. And we should not be labeled as just, if we would like to talk about Arab art, to be just talking about activism.
No, I like that. And I think what's interesting as well in this work is that, I mean, you're bringing it from a place, America, where we see a lot of those freedoms of expression actually receding as well. And, you know, the premiere was in Venice. You're also in London.
London is going to be the premiere this Thursday night, yeah.
Exactly, so those who are coming from London, be there. But I think it speaks probably to the role of Europe as well, where America is stepping back. What does it look like for Europe to step in, also at a time where funding is receding for art, for culture? How can we make it much more strategic?
I will try to not be politically correct, sorry.
You can.
I mean, I think Europe has a stronger relationship with the Arab world, for sure. But we have the infrastructure and the relationship between Europe and the Arab world through l'Institut Français, British Council, Goethe Institute. There are institutes already built and based in the Arab world that helps to support the culture and the art scene. However, what I don't think it's been done perfectly yet, and this is an opportunity to do things better, it's the selective engagement. And this is something that I got as a feedback from the local community, that they feel sometimes the projects coming from Europe to support the Arab scene or the Arab artists are just a reaction to things. It's not strategic vision for long term. And also sometimes it's just to feed certain things. For example, if there's something happening in Syria, we would like to react and do something in Syria or something in Lebanon. But we would like to have a vision, a mission, a complete one that give us the chance to really do our jobs and not to be under the censorship and self-censorship sometimes. And also to not be perceived as someone just receiving the grants. We would like to be co-production. And I think today it's a very good example when we have Hamza and his team organizing and co-organizing this conference. I believe this is what we need to do more in order to switch places and not just to be receiving, but also co-production.
But just to be a bit more specific, what does it look like for Arab culture and art foundations, institutions, ecosystems to actually have an agenda as well? So not just be on the receiving end, but shape a bit more the engagement.
To be more systematic and cultural strategic, we need to give artists certain tools. For example, we need to give them freedom to choose their subjects. For example, if they're going to talk about immigration, if they're going to talk about racism, decolonization, they should not be punished because they are talking about that. So more freedom to choose their subject. That's the first thing. Second thing, I think a lot of artists, they suffer from the regulation regarding the visas. So if Europe are having a real commitment to support these artists and the art scene, we would like to do more work to give more freedom of movement and also to give more protection for artists who sometimes, if they are talking about sensitive subject, they could be in danger in even their own country. And I think this is a responsibility all of us, we do have to protect the art scene and also to do not let censorship, auto-censorship sometimes, because we are thinking, if I'm going to speak or say certain things, maybe I will lose a project, maybe I will be fired, or maybe I will lose a grant. So the more freedom we give to the artists, the better the art scene in the Arab world will be developed.
And is that freedom from European donors and funders, or is it from the Arab institutions?
Both. It should be from both. I think wealthy Arab, they need to step in and put more money in the region and to support our culture, and that's our duty, I think. And also institutions, because they have interest of coming to the region too. It's not just because they're giving money because they want to give money. We have culture, we have history, we have knowledge to share with them. It's not just education receiving from them. I think of it as a highway of sharing knowledge. In order for them to develop, they need the region to be, like you see in France, the doctors, the lawyers, a lot of people are like Lebanese community here, Syrian community here, Moroccan community here, Tunisian, all of them are pioneers in the region. So if you are here, it's not because we are not giving an added value. We are here because we are capable of giving an added value. And that's the role of the media to show differently, because we get a lot of coverage from the media when something goes wrong, but it's only when something good, few media will talk about the Arabs in a positive way. So their systematic way has been like there for years, but now with alternative medias, earlier we were talking about international Lebanese media that could give a chances to other people to speak with regarding their subject with freedom and without any restrictions.
Okay. I want to say that you don't just walk, you're also walking the talk, and maybe switching a bit to the Rambourg Foundation. It describes itself as promoting inclusive cultural and social development. So the language is very careful, it's very intentional. It's not just about funding projects, it's about building inclusive systems. So you're, one of the actors actually doing that. So what is your approach to funding art and cultural projects at the foundation?
We believe in collaboration, and we believe bringing the key actors and the key element people to the table. We cannot be expert in everything. This is why we switched to different mindset of and managing the foundation, that we, in every sector where we are doing projects, we would love to collaborate with the best people on that field. That means that we can have more exposure, more efficiency, and also we can bring other actors and make more inclusion in the decision making. For instance, we have the residency program with Delphina Foundation, which offers Syrian residents Syrian artists to come to London for 3 months program where they can be exposed to the art scene in London and international art scene. We could have done that on our own in the beginning, but we believe in order for us to make growth and also to give more exposure to the artists, it's smarter actually to create collaboration and partnership. The same when we are focusing in Human Rights Watch partnership, it has been the case for years, because we believe they are the best in the field what they are doing. We believe that they have the capacity, the means to bring the best expert to create the best report. In order for us to make more meaningful impact, we prefer to collaborate with them. Some people, they will say, yeah, I can hire some people and I will do this project, but is that sustainable? For how long are you going to keep doing that? So we shifted, instead of just paying salary, let's allocate the money in the right place. And it's the same for scholarships. And instead of us just like hiring people, having a committee, they are deciding on our behalf. No, let us collaborate with other organizations. And another subject that we are working a lot in the foundation is the social justice, where if we're going to start in the beginning working on social justice, it will take us years till we achieve things that we'd like to achieve. And this is why we started a collaboration with another American organization, and they have different chapters all over the world too, which is called Patriotic Millionaires. They're Republican, they don't like this name. And for that purpose, we chose it. So to work more in social justice, we decided to collaborate with them, to work more to understand the tax scheme in the world and how can we be more efficient to find the key element, how can we shift what's happening in order to give more opportunities to our society to develop in fair system.
And you speak about sustainability for actors. For artists. It's a big word because living from grant to grant is actually quite draining. So how do you make these collaborations support sustainable funding for the artists?
This needs a lot of collaboration and also framework from other people and commitment from other entities. It's not one person job or one organization job, because we need to question the whole system regarding that. We try as much as we can to give the tools to the artists in order for them to become a little bit entrepreneurial, not too much, because we don't want to kill the artistic fiber in the artist, but at the same time try to incubate them differently, to have the mindset, the moment I don't have a grant anymore, how can I think strategically to monetize my work and also to be in collaboration with other institutes where they can scale up my business or my work.
And what other things to learn or not learn from the business world, from the startup ecosystem to actually build more scalable ecosystems for art?
I love this question because I'm coming from the background also from business startups, and recently I emerged also to art. There are similarities. Both of them, they need ecosystem. Both of them, they need funds. Both of them, they need incubators programs. Both of them, they need policies in order to grow. But we cannot apply the same rules from startup to artwork. There are similarities. For example, startups, they need seed funds and venture capital to start their business, to monetize their business later. Artists, sometimes they do crowdfunding, which is an innovative way of supporting their own work and needs a lot of capacity of convincing to do so. Artists, they need now incubation programs to help them how to pitch their project, because sometimes some artists, they have all the specificity of being an artist, but when it comes to talk to an investor, or when it comes to talk to an institution to pitch his work, for him it's foreigner thing. So this is why I think incubation programs are very, very important to increase and foster the knowledge of the artist and the art scene. But I am not a big fan of turning the art scene into complete business or startup scene, because the art is not a product, and it's not made all the time to be monetized or to be like shifting in a very business-oriented way. And the value of art is very different, and art is not here to solve immediate problem or to try to reduce the gap between this market and this market. However, startup has this like responsibility towards their product or stakeholders or investors. So let's give more space for the art to grow and the art scene to grow without putting so much pressure on the return on investment. The KPIs are not the same at all.
I'll keep this for the next roundtable for the banker in the room. Lastly, I mean, this afternoon we have two roundtables that will actually speak to cultural innovation, Franco-Arab synergies, rethinking funding models for artistic creation. You have seen these conversations happen in different circles: philanthropic, business, investment, cultural institutions. What's the one thing you hope, or what's the message you have for these two roundtables?
I mean, it's a very deep question, but we don't have the time to answer all of that. I will say we need to let art thrive. We need to give more freedom. This is something that I insist to. And also we need to perceive ourselves as Arab, that we are equal to the rest of the world. So let us get out from the mentality where miskeen, like, yeah, I almost made it, so I'm happy by the small achievements. No, we have a huge history where we should be proud of, without blocking us from being open-minded and exploring other fields. This is very important. And collaboration, it's very, very key element to really succeed. Europe made it because they made a huge collaboration together. The Arab world, the day we will work together hand to hand, we will be in the top in every field. And actually there is this sentence we tend to use or say in the Arab world, Arab leaders or they agreed to not agree. I hate that sentence. And I believe this generation could be different, where we really switch that we could work hand to hand and we could agree on things. And we are witnessing that in a lot of startups and art scene. Actually, it's a very good example. Maybe in political sphere, it's still a bit shaky, but when I see a lot of Arab women working together, pushing each other, happy for each other to achieve things, that gives me a lot of hope.
Okay. We'll close on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah and Safia, for this very interesting fireside chat. And now we will have our roundtable number 3 on innovations in the cultural and creative industry. Donc la table ronde numéro 3 sur les industries.
Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you very much for being here for this roundtable discussion. We're going to talk about innovations in the cultural and creative industries and Franco-Arab synergies. Let me quickly introduce our high-level guest speakers for this roundtable discussion. Solène Blanc, your Director General at Beaux-Arts et Compagnie. Nadine Abdel Ghaffar, you're the founder of Art d'Égypte. Adel Peria, your Director of External Relations at Memorist. And Naila Defrej, your President of the International Festival Baalbek in Lebanon. Thank you to one and all for being here for this roundtable discussion. Let me get to the crux of the matter directly. Adel, you are Director of External Relations at Memorist. It's a brand that brings together 5 businesses involved in the conservation of cultural heritage. Why do you think our technology and immersive technologies and digitalization are going to help us preserve and transmit cultural heritage? Good afternoon, one and all. Let me give you a bit of background because we're going to enter into technical subjects. So when we talk about digitalization of heritage, we're talking about dematerialization of heritage. And in technology, we're talking about digital mediation. We're talking about virtual reality with headsets, and then we're also talking about tablets and also virtual reality in your glasses. Now, we're talking about what digitalization can bring to the preservation of heritage. Well, I think the major contribution is that it can help create digital twins, so perfect copies. Let me give you a concrete example. I was yesterday at the Notre Dame of Paris, and the business that is specialized in the digitalization, well, it digitalized the cathedral both before and after the burning of the cathedral, and the error is to the level of a few millimeters. Let me give you another example from Morocco this time around. Well, I'm going to go over all of the slides from this morning as well. A small recap. I think it's the other way around. So we're in Morocco here. This is Sareet Benadoub. Maybe some of you know this site. You probably think that this is a video that was taken by a drone, and what you're actually seeing is pure 3D. So it's made up of pixel clouds. And this is a project that is steered by UNESCO. This was a tool that was created thanks to data that was taken with the help of drones, laser, photos, cameras. And here, too, the order of or the magnitude of error is to the tune of millimeters. And so what is the use of all of this? Well, there are lots of use cases. Firstly, for the preservation, for the safekeeping of heritage memories. So if there needed to be conservation operations in the case of a disaster, in the case of degradation of a particular site, having a digital memory is essential, not just for the memory, but also to actually have to conduct operations of restoration. With a tool such as this, we can identify very accurate and specific things such as fissures and other kinds of degradations too. So you can actually come in, intervene on a daily basis for the conservation of these monuments, but also, and this is very important, especially in the context of some Arab countries, in the context of rapid urbanization, climate change, geopolitical tensions, and even armed conflicts in some places, unfortunately, you can realize how important these tools are for preservation. Kemi, you also spoke about transmission, and here too, the digital sector, digital tools have really changed things because we're creating digital data that are multiplying the capacities of sharing this information, sharing with professionals, scientific community, conservators, and also with the larger public. And so here we're looking into the questions or issues related to mediation. So Dive into Heritage is an online platform that enables the public to have a direct access to digital twins of many UNESCO-listed sites. We've done the same thing, for instance, in another site in Mauritania. And then we have tools that also help us go further You can also go through all of these experiences through virtual reality headsets. So this is quite magical. You can actually enter the heritage space, or rather the heritage site comes into your own reality. And this is an example, for instance. This is augmented reality. You can see to what extent the heritage site actually can come to your doorstep. This is a site from Saudi Arabia. You have a 3D replication of one of the jewels of Hanoula. And this was during an event held in Paris. And the Royal Commission of Hanouna actually wanted the people in Paris to enter this heritage site in order to promote tourism to the site as as a destination, as a tourism destination. And you can also editorialize experiences. This is also an experiment that was created in France for the Antique Theatre in Orange. So you've discovered the theater in itself, and then for about 15 minutes you can actually go immerse yourself into this. So we went from the digital twin, so we digitalized the theater, so the model is scientifically tried and tested, and then we tell a story to the visitor. We tell them a story about what the site is about, and so you're basically enriching the experience of the site for the public. And this one last example from Mont Saint-Michel. Once again, here you have a tablet that you can use throughout your visit of the Abbey. You therefore in this way get a reconstruction of the history. Neila earlier was talking about walking around in Baalbek, this desire to plunge into earlier civilizations, etc. Well, immersive technology allows you to do all of this. Thank you very much, Adel. Solan, let me turn to you now. Beaux-Arts & Compagnie, it's a group that is very active in media, in consulting, and in events as well. And what do you think is an enabler for development in the sector, in the artistic sector, and the cultural sector? And what have you identified as innovations in your sector? Thank you very much, Camille. Yes, Beaux-Arts & Compagnie is a group that is present in various fields. We support lots of innovations in the cultural and creative sectors. Our historical emblematic activity is the publication of a magazine on fine arts, Beaux-Arts. We have more than 1 million subscribers and readers every month. And it's a magazine that's responsible for genuinely changing art and culture. And a few years ago, we published an article on how AI was going to disrupt the world of culture and artists, and how it was also going to be used as a tool to conduct research and to also relive heritage experiences, and how it can also be used as a tool in the art market for traceability and for identification of works, etc. And the cover that was actually generated by AI, it was based on the evolution of the work of Jérôme Boers. And one of the questions, in fact, asked in the framework of this particular article was whether or not it was Jérôme Boers, whether it was a copy, whether it was a machine, etc. And we also published another article called Archaeology 2.0, and this was about how technology was disrupting the world of art. So once again, we spoke about the negative and positive aspects, and we looked at mainly how technology must challenge our acquired knowledge, mainly in the fields of archaeology and research, and on reconstitution as well. And of course, we're also looking at it in the framework of our publication Art, which is addressed to professionals in the field. So we're talking about innovation in technology, but also innovation in terms of artistic creation, whether it's in visual arts, etc. And of course, the Arab world is a very active scene on these fronts. I'm sure we'll come back to this. And there are new spaces that are creating new kinds of access to art and culture. And this is something that we also deal with in the framework of the yearly fair we hold for art dealers. We're going to soon organize the 30th edition of this particular fair. So here too, we're talking about innovation in the different kinds of materials that's used, the kinds of exhibitions that are shown. We're also dealing with virtual reality, immersive experiences, mapping, etc. So every year there are new things that are being showcased by all of the players in the sector. Coming from various countries and addressed, of course, to various actors across the world. So, yes, you're talking about not just digital innovations, but all kinds of innovations. So, yes, we're talking about new kinds of interactions as well with the public, with the audience. We're talking about eco-design, sustainability, etc., that are being integrated. And all of this is being dealt with as part of our conferences that we use. And then we have NOVA, which is something that is a platform that supports actors who take on these questions. I can speak about Ex Curio, which was presented at Horizon de Kiops, which was held here in the Arab World Institute. And there too, you can see the different things that were taken into consideration to take stock of the situation and also showcase the new things. And we also have a consulting pillar, and there we work with cultural institutions who look to creating new forms of relationships with the audience, either before their visit or during or after their visit, and also wish to review their internal processes. And we come in also when it comes to the creation of new places, places of art and culture, and how to make them real vectors of attractivity in the country. And that's something we do here in France. For instance, we come in with Saint-Denis, the Pleyel neighborhood, etc., which are all really embedded in the Saint-Denis neighborhood. But we also intervene in Casablanca in Morocco. All this with the idea of really giving a new impetus to a particular region. Thank you very much, Solène. As in the introduction, Naila, I said you were president of the Baalbek Festival in Lebanon. It's a very well-known festival, 70 years old, I think. And I'm interested in learning how you have gradually introduced new technologies in the festival and in the various uses. Can you tell us a bit more, please? Good afternoon. Yes. Let me give you a quick recap of what the festival is. I know that some of you know about this. It's a fabulous place. It's among the best conserved Roman temples, especially the Temple of Bacchus. And it's a place that's very politically sensitive. We're in the Syrian region, in the Bekaa. We're not in the Syrian region. We're on the Bekaa plateau. And so this has made it a place that's not very, very stable and peaceful. But despite this instability, we've had this desire to continue to do something new. We have we had to stop the festival for about 22 years during the war in Lebanon. And as soon as it was possible, we began to work on our archives, on our documentation, lots of photos, etc., in chaotic order. And thanks to the University of Kasik that has helped us on archival processing, it's taken a lot of time, a lot of resources. And in any given country, archiving would take very less time, but in our country it's taken a long time. So we've prepared all of this for the 50th year of the festival, 60th year, and now we're working on the 70th edition. And of course, we've worked with different kinds of technology like drones. We used drones to tape and film concerts and other kinds of events. And we did this because we wanted really to respond to the needs of the public, to the ask of the public that wanted to see something new. Well, it roughly takes the nearest member of the audience to an hour and a half to get there by car. And so this particular technology allowed us to enable this member of the audience to access it. And during the health crisis, the pandemic, everybody was in lockdown, and we had an orchestra head said, well, I want to come to Baalbek and organize this concert in the Bacchus Temple, even if I don't have an audience. And so a scenographer actually designed the auditorium for us. I think I might have the photo to show you. And we were so fortunate to have them with us because the President of the Republic was the President, honorary President. Well, you do know that all the Lebanese people don't always agree with each other, but that particular night, we were able to convince all of the national public TV stations to actually relay this concert. And this was how the temple was set up, thanks to the technology. We were on social media, and we were able to do this because YouTube allowed us to broadcast this concert on the homepage of Moyen-Orient. We had more than 14 million spectators who were able to watch this concert across the world. So just think about the context. This was COVID, and everybody was at home. So this perhaps led to that many followers actually following the concert. But we had a lot of reactions, lots of positive reactions from the diaspora settled across the world. Another experiment. Well, I'd like to speak about the importance of the diaspora and its connection with the art and with culture. It's also important for finding funding for some of these productions because some of these places are very close to their heart. They are part of their memory, their background. The Temple of Baalbek is something very special to them. And then the following year, still in COVID times, and add to that, we had the economic crisis as well. Yes, I think that's the right photo. Yes. Not this one, the other one, please. So still during COVID, but we didn't want to stop. We still weren't able to bring in the audience. And there was the economic crisis as well. All of the money in Lebanon was stuck in banks. Nobody had access to this money. And artists from the emerging artists had no work. And we were speaking about emigration. A lot of the young people wanted to leave the country, but they didn't know where and how. And so we said to 10 groups of soloists to create small 10-minute long shows, and then we gave them permission to go film this show in the different temples of the region. This is not in the Temple of Baalbek itself, but outside. So 10 filmmakers or directors from Lebanon, and we gave them also cameras. And here, too, the technical side became very important because they had to climb on rocks, and these places were quite inaccessible. And so they had to carry all of this equipment onto these sites and film these artists. And so one of this is in a Roma temple near Hanjar, and then this was in another small temple that is quite similar to the Bacchus temple, less impressive, but very, very beautiful nevertheless. And thanks to these shows that were filmed, well, they used these films later on to promote their future creations. So all of these young creators and artists were able to gain international exposure thanks to the use of these images, because we gave them all the rights to these images. And so they were able to fund their future projects thanks to sponsors and patrons, and this enabled them to go outside the country and perform across the world. The last experiment that we ran is from this year. We had decided to present the Carmen opera. We had the President of the Republic, Prime Minister, and a government, so everything was on the right track. There was a ceasefire that was unilaterally applied, but and we had some sponsors, and they went along with this idea, and they gave us $10,000, and they said, well, if you're doing Carmen, then I'll give you 20 or 30,000. And we had artists from the diaspora that decided to come back to Lebanon to help Lebanon with their talents. And here, for instance, you have the projection of a huge major painter from Lebanon, Nabin Nahas, who's going to be at the Venice Biennale next year. And he said, well, I'm going to let you borrow my paintings, and you can project them on the walls of the temple on the condition that the technology is perfect. I don't want zoomed out or badly used pictures, and so we had to invest in the right kind of equipment. We needed to buy very expensive projectors, and he said, well, I know a French technician, and so we were able to recruit them, and then they said, well, this is going to cost this much, and so he said, well, I'm going to give you one of my paintings that you can sell to fund all of this acquisition of technology. And so there was a lot of solidarity. So yes, so he gave us one of his paintings that we sold at an auction. And of course, we had people who were also able to bid on this painting on a digital platform, and we were able to sell it for $90,000. And this, of course, enabled us to use an innovative technology, very new one, in fact, to bring about this effect of projection of this painting. Perhaps another photo will make it more clearer to you. So we used a very high quality projector. Some people thought that this was actually profanity in the temple. Well, we can talk about that. That's a debate. They believe that you cannot project these kinds of paintings on the walls of a temple. But I think for the large majority of the audience, they were rather enchanted by the effect. And the main soloists of the opera were French, and they said, okay, they'd come, and this in a context where the situation in Lebanon wasn't particularly stable. And between the day when everything was set up in Baalbek, well, a few days before, well, there were grenades, Israeli grenades that were falling on the road to Baalbek. But the entire structure, the stage, was all set up for the opera. And we did manage to bring in 4,000 people. Well, 4,000 for Carmen and 4,000 for the Hiba Kawache concert. Hiba Kawache, that you probably know, perhaps because she sang when the Notre Dame Cathedral was inaugurated. And then we had 3D specialists who, for Ave Maria, that she had sung, in fact, at Notre Dame, well, during her rendition of Ave Maria, she reproduced the facade of Notre Dame on the walls of the temple, and she was able to sing Ave Maria once again. So she sang one Oriental song and one Western song. So this is how we use technology in our festival. We don't yet deploy AI. I've been in talks with Gilles Dubuc, who was in charge of the projection. I called him and I said, can I say that you used AI? He said, no, it's all to do with pixelization, with enlargement, etc. But I did not use artificial intelligence. It was purely human intelligence. And so, no, I wasn't able to introduce AI in this particular presentation of mine. Thank you. Thank you very much, Neila. We'll just go back to a few things that you mentioned later on. I would now like to move on to Nadine. You're founder of Art d'Egypte, which is a platform that organizes shows, annual shows in Egypt. And how does digital innovation contribute to consider art and culture in the Arab world? Well, I was just on the slide that I wanted to show. Well, firstly, a few words in Arabic. I've just come back from Cairo, and for the first time, we organized a digital art show. And last year, on the pyramids, we had 2 AI artists, so one Egyptian-American, Hassan Raga, and another young artist from Saudi Arabia. And it was fantastic to work with a woman artist who is starting to work with AI. And if we can just put on the video, please.
Rim, on peut mettre la vidéo on site. Il faut donner un peu de contexte.
Because I want to give you a little bit of background to the work we do. We have a 7,000-year-old heritage, and we have pyramids that go back to 5,000 BC. And we've brought together archaeological heritage and contemporary art after 5,000 years. And it wasn't easy. We've brought together international artists, and Ger was one of our first artists, and they worked for the first time on NFTs in Egypt. And in fact, I ran into a few problems with the government because NFTs and bitcoins, etc., haven't still been legally approved in Egypt. We also initiated a program with Meta on phones, allowing people to have the work of art on their phones, and the object or the artifact actually speaks to the person. And it's really strange to be in such an old place, an ancient place, and actually to look towards the future. And another thing that's happened in Art d'Egypte since we organized a show on pyramids, and yes, perhaps because it was still COVID and people couldn't move physically from one place to another, everybody was looking at virtual things. And for a few editions there, we had more than 1 billion online views of Art d'Egypte. We don't have a PR agency that's able to mobilize that many. Everything just happened organically because people were watching this on Instagram, on YouTube, etc., and they started to talk about all of this.
Ça ne marche pas, la vidéo.
It seems like the PowerPoint is not working. I just wanted to show you something. Well, this, at least you can see what it looks like. We did a merge between Egypt, or the Pharaoh civilization, and contemporary art. And we tried to bring together artists from all over the world on the same theme, and a different theme every year, to discuss everything that has to do with heritage and the future. And it's very important because, as you said, we have 1 million visitors during the 21 days every year. Everyone from schools and universities comes to see this show, and the idea is to translate history into a modern language that everyone can understand. You don't have to be an art specialist to understand these major art installations. I also wanted to show you the video. I'm not sure why it's not functioning. Yes, if we figure it out, we can do it right after. I think the team is working on it. Thank you so much, Nadine. You started talking about attractiveness. It's really interesting. All of you, actually, is a question I wish to ask all of you. What does the digital world bring to access to art, cultural industries, and access to new, or for new audiences? Adele, maybe you can start answering that question. Yes, very briefly on attractiveness for new audiences. I'm thinking of youth, obviously. Studies shows that on the immersive dimension, families and actually the elderly are quite good customers, which was quite surprising to us. For accessibility, what I find interesting precisely with the digital is that you can make what was inaccessible accessible, and that's quite unique, specifically in some regions of the Arab world where culture, art, heritage are not accessible. Example, there's a project on which we have just started working with Sudan. So as you know, since 2023, Sudan is struck by a war, an armed conflict, and museums were looted. Right now, as we speak, we don't know what remains in the museums and what has been destroyed. So impossible to access this heritage. We are currently working with the French embassy in Sudan and the French direction of antiquities in Sudan. It's a specific French system on the creation of a virtual museum of Sudan where 12 rooms of the museum can be seen, art pieces, and have an actual dive into this museum. And I think no other system than the digital system can bring that. Yes, so it's about really abolishing frontiers. Yes, absolutely. And it's also about the sovereignty of one's identity. You keep existing as a people and your heritage as well. Thank you. Adele, how about you, Nadine? Yes, it's a way to democratize art. We have our YouTube channel. A lot of people come and speak of Harvard. That's actually how I heard about your project from Cheops. The immersive exhibition. It's all there. It's all free and open access for everyone. So not only do you have young people coming physically to our conferences, but anyone can enter with their phones on YouTube and see all the conferences of anything they want, really. We also have a podcast channel. We use Artsy as well, which is very important for young Egyptian artists to be seen throughout the world. And I'd say that if we do use all of these tools in the right way, they can help act wider and faster. People should not mobilize if they can't afford to buy a plane ticket and hotel reservation. Well, they can do it from home, even if they're in a very remote country. Nela, you spoke of 14 million visitors for the festival. I imagine that there's also a great part of digital. Yes, of course, 14 million, that was digital at the time. There was no audience whatsoever. It was in the midst of lockdown. Well, maybe you could come back to what this has brought. Well, it's obvious that sharing on social networks and channels is a great way for everyone to have access to our shows. Something that was really important for me on the digital platforms, it's more about local accessibility. Back to the example of the Carmen opera. It doesn't speak to everyone. You know, you're in a region that's very sensitive. Baalbek is part of a very sensitive region. This is maybe not an opera that would gather most of the people living in the region, but we were able to have a translation in Arabic of Roman, which we were able to broadcast live on the walls during the show. But this we had to advertise before. So what we did is go all over the universities. accessibility. Yes, I agree with what has been said. Maybe I can add something. That is that in certain countries, museums have opened quite recently, like Saudi Arabia, for example, where their presence is very strong on social network. The idea is to find them where they are active, when people are active on social networks, to discover museums that they've never heard of, or they can't go because it's too expensive or because they don't feel like it concerns them. So how do you go to people's basically homes and tell them, you know, this is a fun way, a fun activity you can do in a cultural environment? That's one thing. And then there's making culture closer, bringing it closer with our partners such as Art Explorer. They conceived a museum ship with a partnership with the Louvre Museum on the topic of women in the Mediterranean. And it sails through the Mediterranean in a giant free festival where people will be able to view art pieces that they could never see anywhere else. This is a good way to build bridges. I also think of Art Tips with their pedagogical newsletters on art. Their tone makes it really accessible to everyone, even people who know nothing about art. So here at this roundtable, we've spoke a lot about the institutions and how they use the digital platforms. How about artists when they create? How can that change the way they create? I think, Solène, this is something you work on? Yes, absolutely. We work on everything that has to do with artistic creation, per se. Work with an artist who works a lot with AI. I tell her it's a wonderful tool. She said, it's not a tool, it's just a new way of intelligence. She works a lot on the difference between organic intelligence and artificial intelligence. Refik Anadol, the Turkish artist, went to the MoMA with a beautiful workpiece called Unsupervised with context data, as well as the history of all the works of art of the MoMA for this imaginary work art. And what's fascinating is not just the technology, it's also how artists use it and kind of switch the way they were conceived or the reason they were conceived for another purpose. It can be utopian, it can be dystopian, it can be new ways of questioning our societies. The Arab of Future exposition that was presented here at the World Arab Institute was a way to show how all the artists of the Arab world use the new technologies of AI to raise these questions and think of how they can still move their audiences. There's an exhibition at the Museum de Jeux de Paume here in Paris, which is also about our relationship to society, our relationship to technologies. How about you, Nadim, on how artists use these tools? You are in contact with artists quite a lot, aren't you? Yes, I actually think it's really interesting, and I believe that in Egypt, as you've said, there's not really the complex of technology or the technology complex. We really use technology as a tool in a very simple manner. Artists, for example, at the historic Cairo in Khan Khalili, I had done a mapping on one of the former buildings. We also have Hassan Ragab, who works with AI, and he does wonderful things that he couldn't do in a flat manner, so to speak. He really offers perspectives. In Egypt, we have so many civilizations, the pharaohs, the Greco-Romans, the Ottomans. It's very difficult to be able to show the entire history of Egypt in one image, and he was actually able to do that using the Meta AI tools. We put them in contact last year, and now he works a lot for Meta in the U.S. And we found the video. Infamous video. Yes, just to show you, this is the Cairo Museum, which dates back to 1902. In 2017, we held the first exhibition there. We had a little bit of media coverage at the time, but it was not the same thing as now. It wasn't really the digital. It was L'Orient, L'Express, TV5, everything that was really traditional media at the time. And then when we started our work on the pyramids, it was really the transformation of the digital world and Instagram and the social media. And that's how we were able to really have a shift in our work. And now everyone, when they see these images, will think, oh yeah, there was a show on the pyramids, we know what that was. And this is all thanks to the digital world. And to be honest, at first I was quite reluctant. I didn't know about it. I started working on the NFTs, even though they're still illegal in Egypt. But I did that in VCon with Gary Vee. And now I think that we shouldn't be afraid. We should just, as we discussed over lunch, just have rules and regulation, that's all. And that's it. That's it. Thank you so much, Nadine. One of the main themes of our discussions here today is also Franco-Arab cooperation. So, Elaine, could you tell us on what you have seen in terms of innovation, how France could be inspired by what is being done or has been done in the Arab world? Yes, as Nadine was saying, artists throughout the Arab world work in different conditions as we do here. And so different types of creation can exist in different contexts. So that's quite interesting to us. I'd say that 6 years ago when, with our director of production, Fabrice Costeau, we went to Saudi Arabia 2939, he was completely flabbergasted by the cultural scene. He had never heard about it. And it had developed in a very, very different manner compared to here. There were no fine arts schools, for example. It was a great way to build bridges and not just say, this is how we work, how you work. We could collaborate. We could do crossover residencies. We can do masters that are also partnerships. We have a lot to learn from one another in terms of innovation as well. So we absolutely have a common interest in working together, co-creating and creating partnerships. Adèle, you work in a French company. How do you build local partnership with the Arab world, and how important is the work on the ground? Yes, I'd say that being on the ground is absolutely crucial. Here it's about heritage. Heritage means you need to know a lot about the history of the culture of the people you're working with. So in our model, there's something that's really specific, is that we are, as you said, a French company, yet we have teams all over the world, specifically in the Arab world. We have employees in Morocco and Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, etc. These people are going to work in the long run, learn about culture, about the needs of the countries, about the history of the countries, because they live there. And then there's the implication of the participation of the local people. Knowledge transfer is how we call it. It's capacity building. We believe that we have a certain expertise, but it also seems obvious to us to share this expertise, to share our knowledge and our know-how, so that local populations can use them and work in the long run on preserving their heritage. A very concrete example is Kuwait. We are currently digitalizing the audiovisual archives of Kuwait TV for the Ministry of Information. It's a massive project. It's 4 years on site. We actually built a production site with safeguarding safeguarding institutions. We recruit hundreds of people, hundreds of local people from the Arab world who are being trained. And so after this project, we'll be able to keep working on safeguarding heritage. What I find fascinating about that is that in addition to preserving heritage, we're also building bridges between France and the Arab world. And for such a major project as this one, it is obvious that the embassy was supportive, the ambassador was present at the inauguration of the production site. So even as a private actor on this theme, on cultural and creative industries, generally speaking, it's a lot about cultural diplomacy. It's bigger than us. It's bigger than what we do, and we're really proud to belong to that. And so on the ground, how do your teams work when they're in difficult areas where the conflicts are difficult to access? Yes, these are very complex topics. Well, we're lucky enough to have teams at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs that really support us. Their support is essential in creating security contexts and making sure that everything is set for us to be there. And then there's a trust relationship with the locals. A few images. A few images in Syria, where the teams worked in 2017, 2018, where the situation was catastrophic, security-wise. So we went there for digging to contribute to a vision, a 3D vision of the state of destruction and what we could do in the future. On the ground, it's extremely difficult. You need to work with an entire team. It's you have to work with your Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's really very complex. It's very difficult. You can't just send out your teams without making sure that they're safe. You need to make sure that everything goes as well as possible. Another thing is situations where the heritage comes here to France. Sudan. A shroud of a sarcophagus that was brought here to be restored, and then we were able to digitalize it before it goes back to Sudan. So you see, it's a really strong cooperation operation. And here, what we did allowed us to do, or allowed the scientists to discover things on a very, very small scale of traces of life on this shroud, which would have been much more difficult on the ground. Thank you, Adele. Time is of the essence. One last question to all of you. We spoke of digital, and of the digital in a very positive manner. What are the risks now? What are the limits? Nayla, how about you? The risks, the limits of the digital artistic creation institutions? I don't know. Maybe we haven't reached the limits of what we can do yet. But sometimes we wonder about emotions. The intimacy, can it disappear? Can the emotion of watching a work of art disappear? Maybe it's not about making things grand, but, you know, I spoke of a concert in a smaller, maybe we could think of a concert in a smaller venue without such huge effects with lights and sound, with an authentic voice. Yeah, maybe keep an eye on that and making sure that everything does not look the same. Creativity needs to be at the service of innovation so that humans keep playing their own roles as well. Thank you. Nadine? Well, the way I see it is a bit different. The very first idea is that it's a human thing. Humans integrate information into the digital tools. And so should we remain in a perspective where AI is going to be a tool and only a tool and not a replacement, I think we'll be fine. But there's a matter of ethics and legal rights, and that's very, very important. This is something that we need to discuss right now because it's something that everyone is using now, and, we're not going to be able to stop that. 2 years ago, when it started really growing extremely fast, was when we needed to start setting rules and regulations so that everything is positive and not negative. This is a perfect example of what you have said, everything you've shown us, of how we can protect heritage and help peoples and communities and countries for conservation. The same goes with your example as well. It's a double-edged sword. We need to be vigilant. Solène? Yes, I absolutely agree. Innovation should be used quite freely by artists. We also need to protect their rights, their limits, set a certain number of frameworks that are complex to set because technology is actually faster than our legislative systems. But yes, set limits and rules, and remember that expression and creation and creativity comes from human beings before anything else. Someone at the Grand Palais lately said technique is nothing and dreams are everything, and this is how we should view things. Adèle, maybe one last word? Yes, well, it's what we were discussing this morning, the digital divide. Nayla spoke of it earlier. This has to benefit all Arab populations and communities and not just a few privileged people. On heritage, how about the digitalization of tools of sites? This requires a lot of money, a lot of resources, and to think in the long run. And on the data, who owns the data, who shares the data, who is in charge of it? This is really important. It's all about cultural and identity sovereignty. That's about all I had to say. Thank you all very much for listening and for being with us.
Merci à toutes et je vais appeler Marion Carré, cofondatrice de...
Thank you, and allow me to invite Marion Carré, co-founder of Ask Mona, for her keynote speech.
Bonjour à toutes.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm delighted to be among you here today. A lot has already been said on innovation, artificial intelligence, but I'm going to try and bring a new point of view, more as a testimonial. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for giving me the floor in such a symbolic place that brings together innovation, culture, and I think this is also a bridge between the two, i.e. curiosity. Very early on, I was convinced that innovation can be an enabler of sharing of culture and knowledge. And let me give you a quick introduction to myself. I fell into AI rather early on. I was 21 years old when I co-founded Ask Mona. This was in 2016. And back then already, I realized that we could mobilize this technology to create new bridges between cultural institutions and their audiences.
And at the time, I realized that, and we've heard this in earlier panels as well, when you think about a museum or a cultural institution, you're talking about institutions that can be a little intimidating for certain people who don't always really dare to come in, and yet when they come in, they have lots of questions which they would like to ask, but they don't always dare to ask those questions. They might think that they are silly questions. And on the other hand, when you think of the content that is placed at the disposal of these people, it's amazing. But at the same time, we do have what I call one-size-fits-all. And everyone comes in with their own past, their own expectations, and their own understanding. And it is a one-size-fits-all sort of content. So I thought we could use AI in order to personalize the way we look at cultural institutions, how we navigate what they contain. And so we thought of Ask Mona, because Ask Mona would be speaking to the Mona Lisa, but to extend that, you would be able to talk to the sculptures and the things that you see. So obviously, when you start something like this in 2016, you obviously go through a period where you're not doing too well. It's not easy. So when I talked about culture and AI, people would say to me, "Well, okay, that's nice, but really, it's such a niche thing." So what happened to us was generative AI came along, and that became very interesting, and it came to the forefront. And so with Ask Mona, it was a really great match, because how could you have AI that you can trust? Because when you talk about museums and culture, these are all places where you have to have an idea of confidence in the content that is proposed, in knowledge that is shared. And so you have to have an AI that is nourished and fed with content that is approved and validated by the cultural teams. And that's what we've tried to do from the very beginning, so as to be able to use tools of AI that are really embedded in this content and validated by these teams. Now I'd like to show you a short video so that you can see concretely what we're talking about. So this is the Fine Arts Museum in Quebec, and these are people who can actually go and look at the pieces of art and ask questions. So, you have an AI that actually answers them. Here you can see, for example, when you see people looking at this piece of art, they can say they have questions. So every visitor has their own curiosity, their own perspectives. And so these are different angles of approach to these pieces of art. And we've seen with the Quebec Museum that people feel very comfortable about asking questions that they would obviously not have dared to ask a guide, and they can therefore go much deeper into the works of art. So this is one of the projects that we've been carrying out for Ask Mona. We've worked with over 200 different cultural institutions in 13 countries, in Europe, in North America, and in Asia. So I'd like to talk to you about one of our latest projects that has attracted quite a lot of attention internationally, where this time you're not talking to So you're not talking any longer to just paintings, but to statues in the gardens of the Versailles gardens, the Chateau de Versailles. So in front of a statue, you can stop and you have a QR code. You take out your phone, you scan the QR code, and you start a real conversation with the statue, which means it's a little bit like you were speaking to the statue. So you can, in real time, ask any questions you have and get answers from the statue. So we've really worked on this. I think maybe we could remove the music. So, we really worked on the embodying of these statues because each statue has a different voice and can answer the visitors' questions. And AI was nourished here by a database which was fed by all the curators. And so the teams are very often quite skeptical. But here, for this one, they were really on board and they were very happy with the project. So this is another example of a concrete project that we could carry out. And I can tell you now that we are going to start a system which means that people will be able to speak to the statues and to the paintings in the Louvre in Abu Dhabi. So I'm really happy to be here to announce that new project to all of you. And with Ask Mona, we realized that the challenge of AI serving curiosity could actually be used in any places where people wanted to learn, where people have questions. And so we started working after culture with tourism, then with education. We also ensured that school manuals, school textbooks could speak. And then another announcement is that this week, we are launching with the French Post Office, we are launching the very first speaking postage stamp. It is a postage stamp that has Churchill on it, and you can ask Churchill questions. So I've told you what Ask Mona does, about these different projects that we've launched since the beginning. And so Ask Mona really is an adventure of, trying out new things, because we were there right at the beginning. But from the very beginning, I felt the need to stand back from these challenges of the impact of AI in the cultural sector, but also in society. And these are things that I've done from the beginning. So as a teacher, I've over the last 8 years, I've gone back to Sciences Po Paris to talk to them about these subjects, but also to talk to them under the creative angle. And so I explored this both through artistic creation, but also through being able to write and share my thoughts on the subject. So I wanted to take the time to talk to you about the latest book that I've taken out, that I've published recently, which is called The Paradox of the Conveyor Belt. And you've discussed this earlier this afternoon. It's because today we really are at a crossroads in our use of AI. On the one hand, you can use it like a conveyor belt or like a moving corridor, so you can just step onto it with the idea that it's going to give you more ideas. But if you're not careful, little by little, you can use AI more and more to such an extent that you become dependent on it. And then you realize that, like this conveyor belt, the AI is taking us all in the same direction. And so this obviously means that all the cultural content becomes homogeneous. And I think there's a different way of using it, where it's a little bit like a running belt. So you can use it to not to just move from point A to point B like anyone else and like everyone else, but you can use it to strengthen yourself, to ensure that your energy gets better. So you can use it you can use it for different kinds of technology. So just a few words on these challenges that I feel very strongly about. So we've talked about innovation. So we've talked about culture, and there's one last challenge that has brought us all together today, which is the question of being women in this equation. That's specific to us. So I would say that at my level, it was, paradoxically, it was both a piece of luck, an opportunity, and a handicap, because we've said that there are very few women in AI proportionately. You've heard that since the beginning. So in entrepreneurship in AI, there are relatively few women as well. That's what the figures tell you. And so the experience that I've had in here also shows you that you are speaking all the time to people who are not really used to speaking to women. So they don't give you much credit. And on the other hand, it's also an opportunity. It's a piece of luck because there are only few women in AI. So it means we are more visible when we are women. Although, in a way, you see a few women, but there are so many women who are doing so much more. So my experience, given all of this, given women and innovation and AI, is that we want it to become not an exception but a standard. We want to see more and more women's faces in this ecosystem. I don't think it's something that is at stake just for women. It is very much a challenge for the way we develop AI, because we need diversified and diverse teams to be able to develop AI, because that's the only way in which we can actually ensure that AI can fulfill the needs of the whole of society and not just the needs of one section of people. So we need these tools that will use AI, can be everywhere, and that can really, really fulfill the needs and the expectations of all users. Thank you so much. I have some good news. We're going to take a break immediately before we start the last panel on supporting artistic creation in the Arab world by rethinking funding models with Touria El Glaoui, Rani Jaban, Rima Mismar, and Reda Mumni. So just 15 minutes, no more, please. Thank you.
C'est peut-être toi qui commence.
شو الحال؟ C'est moi ou Touria le premier? Non mais après.
Whatever you want. Hi everyone. Welcome to the last roundtable of today. You would have noticed it, the only gender-balanced roundtable today. Let's clap, we found 2 men. And no, it's not because we're finally talking about money. We thought about it, but no. We're actually going to talk about funding models. And I think as we've seen throughout the day, and especially in the last panel, the cultural initiatives in the Arab world are multiplying. We see a lot of vitality, a lot of dynamism. And it's not just an artistic and cultural shift in the region, but it's really the creation of entirely new markets. Very distracted doctor on the stage. But 20 years ago, there wasn't really an art market for the Middle East. And today we have dedicated auction categories, we have specialized art fairs and targeted funding mechanisms. And this didn't really happen naturally. It was built deliberately and intentionally by people like those we have on stage. So I'm very, very privileged to welcome Rima Mismar, who is the Executive Director of the Arab Fund for Arts and Culture, Dr. Reda Moumni, who is the Chairman for Middle East and Africa at Christie's, Touria Glaoui, the founder and co-chair and chair of the 154, which is actually starting in 2 days. And so very, very happy to have her, make time for us today. And lastly, but not the least, Rani Jaban, who is the managing director, a banker of the Arab Bank Switzerland. Thank you for being here. So 3 stops for this conversation. The first one is, how are we building these new art markets? For whom? And what funding models are needed and emerging? And maybe I'll start with Rima on my side. AFAC has supported to date over 4,000 artists and cultural projects across 22 countries. And I think you're not just giving grants, you're actually building ecosystems, you're supporting artists, you're building talent in the region. But it's very important to note that when you give funding, you're also validating what deserves support. And so maybe can you speak a bit on what are some of, what are the kind of ecosystems that you're trying to build today in the region?
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation. Very happy to be here and to join my colleagues on this panel. Thank you, Safia, for this question as well. The validation comes from people in the field, not from AFAC. So this is very important because the whole process is actually designed for the cultural sector to practice some sort of an autocritique on its production. So with all of the juries and the readers committees that come to actually read the project, select and make comments and everything. These are not hired committees that come from a detached world. These are people who might have gotten a grant last year, or people who might be just doing now a research that we supported or that is supported by another peer institution. So I just wanted to clarify this because it really makes a big difference in terms of how you set up this process and who is actually critiquing and looking at the project. It's basically the field itself. So one day you are presenting a project that is being evaluated by your colleagues from different countries, and the second day you might be the one who is sitting as a juror. And this way, and this jury changes every year, so creating also a sense of accessibility and fairness, that there is no one taste that actually rules this process, and that jurying and merit-based support is not an objective process, and we endorse that in the sense that it's important that people who come to this place have the integrity and knowledge and the generosity to see projects and evaluate projects from within the perspective of who is submitting it. But at the end of the day, it's the mixture of sensitivities of 3 people on the jury that creates the selection from a certain given pool of projects. I go very quickly back to your question. So starting from our mission, which is basically to contribute to building a thriving arts and culture field in the Arab region, based on the belief that this would unleash the transformative power of arts and culture and its ability to change people, to change societies, and to progress societies. So if this is the mission, then we're trying to get to that mission in many different ways. Building ecosystems is one very important issue, because for so many years, most of the funding that has been injected in the region and many of the funding frameworks that we see until today do not take into consideration what this funding is going to do on the long run, what will happen when it stops, because this is a very big question. Sometimes the intervention that is not complete is much more harmful than not intervening at all. So these are the kind of questions that we ask ourselves. And based on that, we devised different layers and different approaches of support. The first one and the most important is the non-restrictive support. So we open calls and programs and support artists based on what they want to say and not on what funding agendas are actually interested in right now. And this is not to say that these are always separate, because when we look at the work that Arab artists are doing across the Arab region, you will find all of the directives that the donors are putting. But it's the only thing is that we don't have to tell Arab artists to work on social justice in order for them to do so. These are issues that are pertinent to their societies, and so this is what they want to work on. Unrestricted funding is number one. Number two is, and this allows us to actually test the pulse and see what's happening in the region, what concerns artists, if they are left to do what they want without being directed into specific topics. But then if you take a closer look, you will find gaps that need more than just financial support. This is where we devise programs that have capacity building components and training components. And then the third pillar of this approach is basically to empower peer-to-peer exchange and knowledge, because this is a major pillar in preparing the ground for true collaborations to happen in the future, and not collaborations that are only dictated by formats of funding that, just put this as a condition, but doesn't necessarily look at whether this collaboration is organic or not, can it happen or not in this way. And the fourth one is basically to support not only individual artists, but also organizations. And this is where speaking about an ecosystem becomes something that would bring all of these together in a space that has enough pluralism and diversity to actually carry the different identities, the different concerns, the different dreams of one Arab world, let's put it this way. I'll stop here so that...
Thank you. I want to direct the next question actually to Ria, because I feel what you just said resonates a lot with the purpose and the mission of 154, that's beyond just an art fair. You're actually creating pathways and networks for artists from Lagos to London to Marrakesh. What are you actually trying to build in doing that? And speaking a bit about the last few years.
Okay, so the 154 started 13 years ago. So 13 years ago, the landscape was very, very different. You know, the artists from the African continent, including North Africa, were not at all as present as they are today. And 154, when it started, was, you know, really to be the voice of those artists, you know, to find a way to be a platform that would, you know, include them in the narrative of contemporary art in general. And I think what we were able to do with 154 and realize as we went along is the bridge, you know, that we needed to build to bring those artists, you know, this accessibility, you know, to come to Europe, to be part of this international discourse, you know, to be part of the international market, really, because at the end of the day, this is what, you know, also provide livelihood of the artist. This is also what makes, you know, the artist being able to even continue his career as an artist, and also to be part of, you know, being part of those institutional exhibition, being part of those big collections. You know, it needed to have something, you know, that was dedicated to them to create, you know, this, I want to say, dialogue between, you know, the continent and the rest of the world. So what are we trying to build? We're definitely trying to build some kind of balance, you know, for sure, where we have, I want to say, an enough amount of artists represented, you know, representing, you know, Africa to the rest of the world. We are often considered a bit like a movement rather than an art fair, because we have, over the 13 years, you know, created visibility, but also appreciation for those artists, you know, in the market. And to be fair, you know, the fact that we are part of the market also create more visibility. There's something about the market, there's something beautiful about, you know, non-for-profit project, but people love to talk about money, they love to talk about, you know, the value of those artists. And I think the idea is really to be able to create this this engagement between, you know, Africa, who has been completely, you know, in a way discarded over the years with the rest of the world. And unfortunately, you know, my journey with this platform has been that before we created 154, I would go on the continent, travel, see a lot of extremely talented artists, but I would come back to Europe or to the US, and there was absolutely no trace of those artists, no visibility of those artists. And, you know, it's very easy to realize that to get some recognition, you have to be part of this international global stage. And, you know, I was listening to the previous, you know, talks where, you know, we want, you know, Africans to recognize an Arabic artist in whatever category we want to put them in, you know, recognize that they are valued and they have to believe that. But the reality on their everyday, you know, journey is that if they are not part of this international market, if they are not part of those international exhibitions, it's almost like they don't exist, you know. And I feel like this project with 154, which is a continued project because we do it 3 times a year in 3 different, you know, continents, that, and we're talking about the market, we're talking about the value, we're talking about, you know, how well they do, or which museum has acquired them, or which, you know, collection they belong now, makes this visibility really present. And we have the chance to today have, you know, 3 times a year, the press talking about 154, we have partnerships that are, you know, incredible. I'm talking about our partnership with Christie's here, of course, who has been, you know, an ongoing support system for us, but also gave a lot of gravitas for what we do. And I think we have, you know, the chance also to, over the years, have institutions like the Tate, for example, coming to Africa to acquire a piece, you know, with the fair in Marrakesh, you know, in Morocco. All this are signs, you know, that, you know, in a way, I would love to think of an ideal world that shows that the African artist counts, and they, you know, they are part of now this international, you know, dialogue. And I think this is what we really want. We want them to be considered as the rest of the world.
Thank you, Touria. And we talk about market, we talk about value. Rida, Christie's has been creating a global platform for Middle Eastern art since 2005, and it's beyond actually just showcasing artists. It's also about educating the world and the audience about what Middle Eastern art is and why it matters. Can you maybe speak to what success looks like today, 20 years in?
First, I want to thank everyone involved in the organization and l'Institut du Monde Arabe for inviting me and us. Merci beaucoup. It's so nice to be among friends and people that I haven't seen for some time. Just to get back to this question. The success is, I'm not going to answer the success is money, but Christie's launched the sales of Middle Eastern art in Dubai in 2006. Next year we will be celebrating the 20th years of this category. You can imagine, exactly as Touria was speaking, when 20 years ago, when the category started in the Middle East, and it's more specifically in Dubai for Christie's, no one knew really the artist from the Middle East. Today, for instance, I mean, the Lebanese art scene has been extremely dynamic. Everyone knows Salwa Rada Shqir, Eter Adnan, all the artists, Arif Al-Rayes, all the artists in the country. But no one knew really this category. No one, sometimes, I was attending a panel 2 weeks ago in Saudi Arabia with directors of museums from the world, including a former director of the Guggenheim. If you say today Abdel Hadi Al-Ghazar, which is probably one of the 3 most important artists of Egypt, they still do not know the painter, the artist, which is really complex. So for 20 years, Christie's has been developing these categories with other auction houses, obviously. Traditionally in France, there is this big separation between auction house or sometimes trade, but also sometimes universities. But a lot of art historians of the field, including Salwa Miqdadi, Nada Shabout, who are very pivotal and very important in this field, they use auction catalogs sometimes to document their research. It means 2 things. There is not enough knowledge in the field of Arab art. There is not enough visibility, and there is a lack of recognition also of the artists of the Arab world. Touria was talking about the fact of some artists being directly bought from the fair and integrating important collections or collections of a museum. I think in our case, because we are a vessel, we are a company that brings artworks to a global market, but also to collectors on a global scale. I think one of the signs of success for our company is not only the question of how much we sold it for, it's where did it go? Who bought it? What collectors? Because sometimes private collectors are very important people supporting and funding and giving recognition also to the artist. One other important tool also of recognition of the success is, are we selling to institutions today? I started working at Christie's about 4 years ago. I see gradually the also participation of international institutions that weren't participating to the auctions about 5 to 10 years ago. And I'm very happy. I think we all belong to an ecosystem. We all, with fairs, galleries, artists, the auction house is another tool, but that is part also of this ecosystem. Another also sign of success is also the way also we can promote these artists. I think this is an aspect that is very important. You were talking about education and educating. I'm always very reserved in the use of educating people, because also I work in a British company and dealing with the Arab world, so I like the word informing. I think informing, in my opinion, is much more important, or delivering knowledge. I don't know which one I can use, but educating or education is sometimes very difficult word to use in the dynamic that we have with the Arab world. But what is important is also for me success is all the programs that we are developing on Arab art. We have Christie's Education, for instance, for different entities. Sorry?
It's called education.
Yes, Christie's. I didn't invent the name. I will call it Christie's Education soon, don't worry. We have Christie's Education. We are also today we have the possibility, and I feel extremely grateful working at Christie's for that, is I come from curation in academia. Every summer I organize exhibitions on an Arab artist. I had the pleasure of seeing you in many openings of our exhibitions in London. And this is also a sign of success. I don't think 20 years ago, Christie's in London, in our headquarters, could organize a major exhibition. The Fondation Rambourg has been a sponsor of the last exhibition, displaying the artist Marwan. That has been the most important in terms of number exhibition dedicated to the Syrian artist Marwan. Next week, the Fondation Giacometti will open an exhibition on this dialogue between Marwan and Giacometti. But this is also a sign of success in a way we want to develop it, promoting artists of the Middle East, bringing knowledge. And the last thing that I will add very, very quickly is also there isn't enough catalogue raisonné, which means knowledge of the artists of the Arab world. My colleague working here at Christie's Paris, Valérie Didier, wrote 2 of the 5 existing catalogue raisonné of artists of the Middle East, which is absolutely crazy because we count thousands of catalogue raisonné for Western artists, only 5 in the Arab world, 2 of them being on 2 Egyptian artists. One is Mahmoud Saeed, that she co-wrote with Dr. Hussam Rashwan. The second one, Abdelhadi Ghazar, same thing. She's working in an auction house. Her experience of the auction house, knowing the collectors, knowing their work, also led her to write these catalogue raisonnés that are essential in our knowledge of these artists. So I think the success of an auction house could be measured from different perspectives. And I think what we like seeing as a sign of success is when people, through us, but also through other institutions, recognize the artists that we are promoting by the organization of the auctions or exhibitions.
Thank you. And maybe, Rani, to you, Arab Bank Switzerland was launched 60 years ago to build bridges between the Arab world and the West. Why do you think a Swiss bank based in Geneva has an important role to play in building an art market?
Well, our ambition is not to build an art market. I mean, we bridge, I think it's a word that you've heard so many times today, and it's typically what we are, being in Switzerland, called Arab Bank. And when you call Arab Bank, some would say it's a heavy weight to carry. Some would say, I would say it's actually something, it's an opportunity for us. I mean, it's our name, so we proudly wear it, and we want to. It's an occasion for us, since I started 7 years ago, to go into the cultural world, is to show the right values of the Arab world. So it's about art, culture, building bridges and dialogue between 2 worlds who are interconnected through history. I mean, what we've seen in the last 20 years, 40, 50 years is something exceptional. But there's always been a dialogue between these 2 worlds, and we're trying also to build this dialogue not only between through culture, like European and the Arab Mediterranean culture, but also through disciplines. And we've always encouraged pluridisciplinary events and shows and festivals, because it's very important for us to show that artists can talk to each other. It's not about 2 different worlds, it's about just dialogue between them. And the last edition that we've added, which started 2 years ago, is we went into this innovation side of things where, because we were one of the first banks in Switzerland to do digital asset and crypto custody. So in a way, I started looking at the NFT market, what was going on in 2021, which is more of a speculative bubble, so we kept it aside. And in 2022, I started looking at it again, and for me, there are very talented artists. They are going to emerge as major artists in the future. So in a way, we started supporting and trying to help to build an ecosystem around these. So Arab Bank Switzerland started by being culturally anchored, but opening the dialogue between the Arab world and the Occidental world, and also starting by opening this niche, which is the NFT, which had a bad name, because we think that it's going to be culturally relevant in the next 10 years. And so we started from this cultural anchor, local anchor, to a niche, which is the digital art niche, where we created our own collection, where we created the art prize, which is in the third year, and we're going to push it forward. And now we're looking at having a more of a regional reach, but with a more of a global view in terms of art discipline. So a bit encouraged by our experience with the Institut du Monde Arabe and the Design Prize. And we're very proud to be the sponsor of the Impact Prize, which is, in our eyes, is very important. So this is how we are, this is where we're going, and it's about building on the long term. For me, it's not about the market. Obviously, we're a private bank, so a private bank is obviously interested in what its client and could be interested in, and art is one of the points of interest. But for us, it's just being part of the ecosystem and trying to build something on the long term.
Thank you. I'll come back actually to you on this digital art collection that ABS has. You are also yourself a collector, and maybe can you share some color on who, I think to the same question and interest that Reda mentioned on who purchases, who is actually being purchased in this market, how do male and women artists fare in the digital art space?
But there's a lot of great women artists in the digital art space, but unfortunately collectors are still mainly male. So there's a domination in terms of sales, if you're looking at sales and on headlines with male artists. But I think it's something that is changing, because you have a lot of curators who are great curators, female curators in the digital art space, organizers of events, leaders of opinion, and I think it's going to continue. We're going to see it much more. Obviously, I mean, there's a sociological bias. It's not immune of what we have in the whole society, but it's going the right way. And as a collector, I mean, as a collector, who's buying and who's not buying, I mean, for us, what we see in the digital art space is that people who've already collected traditional art and who have already either traded cryptos or know of crypto. So you had the two sides. I think this is what we're trying to break, is to take away this technological bias of the digital art, of that space in digital art, so we can call it on-chain digital art, and make it as simple as possible, more accessible to a lot of people. And this was one of our missions.
Thank you. Touria, back to you. You and Rima are both women that are market makers, leading major institutions in this space. Do the challenges or themes that Annie mentioned resonate with you in the non-digital art space?
Yes, so there's definitely, this global issue of women artists, not being paid the same and appreciated the same way. But I think it's not something more Arabic than it is, a global issue. I think, we can all make progress on how this could change, but nothing is made for women to be very successful in this field, and that comes with, young artists being able to do residencies, for example. People are not thinking of them being young mothers wanting to do residencies, so they want to bring their children, for example, with them in the residencies. So there's a lot of things, and sometimes a woman is not just an artist, but she's the head of the family. She has her mother and her children, but no residency today is, accounting for a woman being also a mother, also the caregiver, for her whole family. So I think until, those things that artists need, to be successful and to have a successful journey, are considering women, but as a woman and all they can be, you know, as having a family, as having to be close to their family, maybe. It will still be continued to have this parity of men being, you know, having an easier access, an easier journey. In terms of, you know, collector, we see now dedicated women collecting just women artists. And I think as women, as we see women rising, you know, in different fields, in different corporate world, you know, I think and if they like art, they should also consciously, you know, think, am I having enough women in my collection? You know, are we buying women? Who is this artist? And how can we support more women? So I think there's definitely a lot of things that, you know, we're seeing changing. We're seeing also a lot of women organization. Like today is a specific, you know, conference, but like usually, you know, women, network of women, you know, being very supportive of each other in the Art World Leadership Program. We have a few organizations in London. I'm sure there's few in France, you know, where, you know, and I think somebody gave me the number of percentage of women in the art world, but I think it's something like 85%, you know, a woman in all those organizations, even though a lot of men are still at the leadership, you know, level, but women are the majority of those positions. So yes, you know, it still exists. We still have to make progress, but I think for our own little world, the nice story is that if you take the top artist at auction for Africa, sorry, I'm going to talk about Africa here, including North Africa, Egypt. I'm trying to get all the Arabic countries here in our continent. But if you take the top selling artist at auction internationally, and maybe let's take just America or Europe, it's only men, and usually they're like white men that are either alive or passed away, but are very old. In the African continent, the 5 top women, top sales are women artists, and they are still alive. And no, but that's true. So I mean, in terms of the top sales we have today are women on the continent. So this is promising.
Very refreshing.
I mean, there's something, I mean, to say at the level of being a director or leading the institution, and something else that I also see from what we receive in terms of applications. So when I first got the helm of the directorship at AFAC, the question of you know, quotas, I didn't sit well with me. I just felt that, you know, if we want to really address issues of gender imbalance and inequality, we do not want to go to the extreme of creating another label. So we're supporting this project only because it's done by a woman, or we're supporting this project only because it's coming from Yemen, talking of geographic diversity. So how can we do things? But I also felt that we need to tip the balance in a way that, you know, there has been, this has been going on for a long time, and so just keeping it to organically change will not happen. So it has to be something in between. So one of the things was how to inject always the gaze of the woman at the infrastructural level. So there is no jury or reader committee or that does not have women in it, and women who are coming also from different backgrounds, different personality, different experiences. So, and we moved from having 30% of our applicants women, 70% men, to almost this year 50-50. So the question of, you know, creating the environment whereby they feel that they are addressed. And this also applies to language. This applies to, what we use in terms of the Arabic language is stiff in terms of, you know, mu'annath wal mudhakkar. So how to work also with this so that women feel that they are being addressed by this. And then when we started to zoom in more and more in the recent years in terms of what we need to create on top of our general grants and financial support, this is where we started to design programs that can do this job without actually interfering with what the jury are selecting. So now we have a program with Netflix that is focused on emerging women filmmakers. And this is not only for directors, but also for camera women, for editors, for sound designers. So it's also, you know, opening the space for them to be able to thrive and feel that there is a chance for them. Another example that I can give also, we have a new project that we've been implementing for 2 years now in Yemen in partnership with UNESCO. And it is a program that is basically training civil society organizations working in culture on governance, finance, and all of the areas that actually allow an organization to flourish and to be sustainable, because it's not only about the funding, it's about the inner house being as well. And so when we wanted to do we went to them, and this is another thing that I feel is really important when we're trying to break century-long unfairness, you need to go to the people. So we went first to Yemen, we did the first workshop there, but we also wanted them to be exposed to peers in the Arab region. And this is where I had young women, and women were much more than men in the workshop, most of them veiled. And when we wanted to do the workshop outside of Yemen, they came and told us, "Are you sure that you can bring us?" And I said, "Why not?" They said, "Because no funder ever agreed that to pay the ticket for the person who needs to accompany me. Because if she's coming from Sana'a, she cannot go out alone. And so we either have the choice of saying, no, I will not, I don't want to support this kind of, backwards thinking. Or I say, my role as an Arab institution is basically to tailor support and to create the conditions for people to create based on their context. And if the only way to bring Yemeni women to be part of this workshop is to bring their brothers and mothers and fathers with them, then let it be. So these are, at the level of how I feel that things are changing. And at the level of just leading the institution, I think that we're doing like informal meetups with many other colleagues who are also in such leading positions, women in the Arab region. And I think that one of the issues that we were able to unlock recently was that we women in such positions tend to shun away from what makes our leadership unique. And I think we should not do that. The reference is always how men had, and this is not because this has to be wrong necessarily, but this is the norm, this is the reference. And so to be concerned about sometimes well-being, to put in place things as part of the organizational environment that really thinks about women who have children, that really thinks about fatherhood, vacation with the in addition. These are things that are not present in the law. So, but I think that these are things that we can, or the law actually, the labor law gives the minimum. So instead of giving the women 49 days for their maternity leave, we, as part of the institution, we can work on, internal regulations and rules that are actually exceeding the existing laws, which are, we know that ahead of time, are not really fair towards everyone.
Thank you. Rida, when you feature an artist, you make them bankable, you make them visible, you actually set the tone from a market perspective. How do you think of that intentionally and responsibly when it comes to women artists?
In terms of women artists? Okay.
Or all artists.
No. We can actually the example of a woman artist is very good. First, an auction house comes after galleries, after fairs. We are somehow this is the second market, as we call it. And usually, for an artist to come to the auction, an artist usually needed to have a track record through a gallery, visibility, price point. It's very rare for us to accept an artist that never been in auction, doesn't have any price point on the auction market, and especially young artists. And it can be also sometimes not, as French would say, not productive for the artist, and can be sensitive issue, because if the work is not sold in an auction, because we are a platform that has access to international collectors, and also the prices are seen publicly. When an artist goes to a gallery, sometimes you don't know what is the price of the artwork. When an artist is sold privately, you don't know the price of an artist. But because we publish our numbers, the auctions are public, the numbers are public, people know how much. Usually the first research you do on an artist is through an auction house. So, and usually also the study of the art market is mainly based also on the evolution on an auction house. So to go back on the example of a young artist, we are not the primary location to sell a young artist, an emerging artist. This is not our role. But sometimes we can be collaborating sometimes with a gallery, with a collector, with the artist, I was about to say herself, to be in auction. And obviously what we do is we study the market, we study also sometimes the potential interest of collectors, because we try to do in a very ethical way. We don't want obviously to what we call sometimes burn the artist in auction. We don't want also the artist to be in the middle of speculation, which happens sometimes out of our control, because we don't have sometimes the tools really to limit that. So obviously it's very dangerous. So what we try to do is to study the market, to study if it's the right position, because at the end of the day, sometimes the sales are curated. What we are trying to do at Christie's, at least since I arrived, is really selecting the artworks. We don't want anyone who has artworks to be sold to come to Christie's and say, I want to sell my artworks. No, because we are visible, because we have also a responsibility toward our collectors and the collectors in general, we try really to make sure that the selection that we are proposing reflect also a certain quality, a certain diversity in the artists of the Arab world. I'm going to give you an example. Next month, we are organizing our sales in London of modern contemporary Middle Eastern art. I'm personally very, very happy when I see names of Samia Halabi, Huguette Callan, Salwar Dashqir, Etel Adnan. We have all the artists that are coming in the auction, and obviously when we have the presence, a strong presence of female artists, which is also the orientation of the market. Recently, I'm very proud. I'm going to give you an example. I tried to introduce a young artist because I believe in the artist. I believe in his artworks, and I went to see actually I think, if I'm not wrong, last year the gallery, and he has displayed a work in frieze. And as soon as I arrived, I went to see the galleries and I said, listen, I love the artwork. Can I have it for the auction? And we started really a conversation, and at the end of the day, the artists in the gallery started being doubtful for the auction that we will be having next month. And I was really, really disappointed, because sometimes I love having young artists when we believe in them, when we believe in the artworks, but sometimes also the fear coming from the gallery, the fear coming from the artists, and also they know what is the impact of a price. Another example, there is one female artist that I absolutely adore. I really wanted her in our auction, the next auction. She didn't want, because she will have an exhibition. And she said, if the prices go mad, they get very, very high, it will impact also the exhibition that we're organizing. So I'm very careful. And if I don't realize a good price, people will lose interest in the exhibition. So we are not tastemaker. We are a platform. We curate the selection for this platform that is honestly a very powerful platform, but we try to do really our work in a very studied and ethical way, because we try really to be careful with the artists who come to see us. We try also to be very careful with the collectors. Usually when I go sometimes, even if I travel, it happens to me more and more. There is a young artist saying, oh, I want to be in your auction. And you are like, I don't know you, I don't know your track record. It's not easy, it's not good for you. I need to be very open and very transparent with them. You need to have really to work with the gallery before coming with us. I would love to help people, but our platform speaks to collectors of really from a different kind of collectors, and we need to be very responsible because we have the visibility and we are judged also because we have this visibility.
Thank you. We will shift gears to funding. And I just remember what Sarah mentioned when she was talking about artists having to become more like entrepreneurs in terms of marketing themselves, in terms of selling themselves, in terms of pursuing grants by themselves, which is a completely different skill set. Maybe I'll start with Touria. How is that, something that you see both at the artist level and at the art fair level, like when you're looking for funding? How easy or how difficult is that? And what are the sources of funding that are much more prevalent today compared to 13 years ago?
Well, I think it depends where you are, in which part of, I want to say, the Arab world you are, So if you are, I want to say, in the Middle East right now, in all those Emirates country or Saudi, you have a huge facility to get state funding. They are building increased, important infrastructure, and they are often completely funding their artists, to participate at events, and maybe Reda, you can tell me more about this, but I think the story I hear in Saudi, for example, it's very funded by the government, and the grants are there, and the money is opulent and quite generous, for those artists. I think when we are dealing with the fair, we obviously want the two type of artists. We want the young, discovery artists, the people that will, maybe the blue chip artists of tomorrow, and those ones are, very entrepreneurial. They will go and try to, raise money through grants, if they're lucky enough to be in countries that offer grants, for artists or organizations that are doing this. So usually they're not huge grants, but they're grants for them to survive or to do a project or a production. And I think that for, the fair to have a balance, an interesting show, you have to have both. You have to have, the possibility to have a very nice established artist, that is going to give credibility, that obviously has no problem of funding himself anymore because he has either a strong gallery or he had, enough connection and network, around him to provide funding. And you need to have the artist who actually is the next discovery, is the next, future potential, talent that everybody is, keen to discover. And those fundings, are more difficult to have. But I think, to be fair, we were talking how the digital world has changed, the way artists are active into the art ecosystem. And this is typically one of the new way, where before you didn't have artists interacting directly with organization or collectors. Now through Instagram, through their PDF, they are reaching out, they are able to, get engaged and be more informed about how to raise money and funding. So it is, I think, a challenge like everything else. And I think this country where there's more money and there's others that have a bit less, and the artists have to be more creative.
Thank you. Rani, you were talking about creating a new asset class when it comes to digital art, when it comes to art. We see a lot of new trends, fractional ownership, investments. How do you see that in the next few years?
I think it's going to develop. I'm not a great believer of fractional ownership of traditional art. I think it's more a digital to digital thing. Blockchain will work for digital art. It's not trying to to have a bridge between traditional art and physical art to digital is a bit complicated. But then some say that the certificate is the art itself. So in that case, it could be an NFT that could be transmitted, and the physical will stay on its own. There's a big debate about it. But I think the NFT are just a way of transmission, of certifying authenticity, and to be able to transact. So it's like MP3 for music. It has nothing to do with the underlying art. It's just that made digital art more accessible and very easy to have a provenance, to see a transparency, and it created a whole ecosystem with the whole crypto dynamic that we've seen in the last 20 years. So that's why it's a different ecosystem, but we just need to forget about the technology. It's just an enabler for digital art and digital artists, and actually gave them a little more power compared to the traditional system where, yes, in the beginning they had this very anarchistic view and idealistic view that they don't need anybody, they can access the public directly. It's a bit like the punk movement in the beginning. So some artists are still within that mentality, which is great and refreshing, but the others now came to terms that they need galleries, they need the system, they need institution, but they have a different power to negotiate because they have the other side of things. So this is the main change with the technology that we're seeing. And obviously, being very transmissible with a provenance, with a blockchain, we can create also an easier market. Transparency is a big topic in the art world, although people don't want it. So again, there are a lot of things that can be done around it, but it's something new, and it's something that is very interesting to explore, and this is very interesting for us to be a player, to be in that ecosystem and to try and build on it. And in a way, being an institution there, it gives us a special place to promote this ecosystem and to be the main point of contact of some institutions. So, I mean, for instance, we were here last February in this place where we asked Andrea Gizin, who is an amazing artist, to do a dialogue between the Moucharabi Jean Nouvel and a digital version there, and we had 5 screens, and it was absolutely incredible to see that. And that's actually it's in the latest book on NFT that's now in Taschen, so I'm very proud of it that the Institut du Monde Arabe and this particular event is in the book. So it's very important. And just to come back to the place of women, it's not about having quotas. I mean, you can do things more in a more subtle way. For example, for instance, what you can control. So our curator, having a woman curator in our case, having the jury who's in majority women, or if it's not majority, to have the president of the jury as a woman. So it is important for that to try slowly to change perspectives of people. And actually, we had in the last 3 winners, 2 of them are women. So it changes a lot of things slowly.
Thank you. Reda, who buys today?
It depends what?
Middle Eastern market.
Middle Eastern market. Depends. The Middle East is a very important market. There is a lot of collectors. I travel a lot extensively in the Middle East, a little bit too much maybe, and not only in the Middle East. And it's incredible to see I think we are in a time, probably 50, 60, 70 years after the decolonization process of the region. And I think there is a very important will to reclaim a local history. And I think the will of reclaiming the local history goes also by reclaiming the artists and the art who are also translating the narrative of what is happening in the Arab world or what happened in the Arab world. I'm going to give you an example. Over the last year, almost every 2 weeks, I receive a phone call or an email from someone looking for Slimane Mansour. Suddenly, or Samia Halabi, two Palestinian artists, Siman Mansour being much more figurative, and Samia Halabi being this iconic voice of a certain resistance, but at the same time, persistence in the abstraction since the 60s, late 50s, 60s, who's still alive. And it is incredible to see. And the people calling me are not only Palestinians. They are Palestinian, they are Lebanese, they are Emirati, they are Saudi, they are, and they are Western institutions, more and more, which is really, really incredible. I think there are many dynamics. First, Arab people and people in the Gulf, where we're seeing an increased number of collectors from the Gulf, but also Arab people based in the Gulf buy a lot Middle Eastern art. There are countries that are slightly different, such as Lebanon or Morocco, where local collectors buy a lot local art. This is also the case in Algeria, Tunisia, many other countries, but in a different way. They are real consumer of art and artists, which is absolutely incredible. But at the same time, I think the dynamic that is also happening today, where in the Gulf you have more institutions displaying Middle Eastern artists, because the real problem that we have is a lot of people know Middle Eastern art, but they don't see Middle Eastern artists. You go in a country, you don't see a museum, you don't see the creators, you don't see the artists of this country. For instance, you are here in Paris, you can see Musée Picasso, Fondation Giacometti, this museum. You can see all the French artists, the Impressionists in Orsay, earlier artists in the Louvre, etc. Go to Morocco, where do you see Melehi, Belkahia, etc., etc. Go to Tunisia, where do you see Hammar Farhat? Sometimes not only. So it's very complex to see these artists. I think the way in which Arab countries have been developing more and more culture and local museums in order also to sustain tourism is very important. I think tomorrow we will see more and more artists from each country that will allow also more inclusion and visibility. And then on the other hand, you have more inclusion of Arab artists on a global scale. Through international biennales, you have more and more major galleries representing Arab artists, Lisan Gallery, Pace, etc., that gives also recognition, but also visibility to Arab artists, to international collectors. So who are the buyers? I think there are multiple buyers. There are the institutions, and some of them, including in the Gulf, acquire massively because they need to fill museums they're going to open. We have the traditional collectors who love the artist, obsessed by the artist, and some of them that are absolutely amazing to work with, who buy sometimes local but also international Arab market, which is amazing because I rarely saw in other categories such solidarities among Arab. I collect Sudanese, Moroccan, Egyptian, etc. It's so beautiful. And you feel these local culture or these shared culture from cultures, I should say, from the Arab world. And then you have more and more interest by international institutions and collectors, but you have also more interest by very young collectors, because I think this phenomenon to give access to art and culture, including in the Gulf, we are almost at this first generation of people in the Gulf growing up, being surrounded by art, and also who want to acquire art, which is really, really beautiful. I personally feel extremely grateful working in this region, visiting the region, and I think the region is bringing a lot of hope also in the art dynamic that we are witnessing.
Thank you. Rima, on narrative creation and building and funding actually for locally rooted artists and building a different narrative for art in the region.
Well, the whole setup and how we design and build programs at AFAC is geared towards this. So this is not a topic that we have that is trendy right now for us. From the beginning, and it doesn't have to be said on our website and in our calls. The framework that you create for funding and support are more important than the money that you give, because these will continue and will contaminate the mentality of artists and the art scene if they are not really thought through very well. Examples are so many of support that is being given across the region that always ties arts and culture to some more ulterior, kind of peace building, for example. So you have like hundreds of applications coming from one country in the Arab region mentioning this, and then you start to look at where is this coming from, and then you discover that the only funder or two funders in that specific country are actually, this is the title under which they want to support. So that's why I'm saying that the framework of support, the way that you design this program is the most important. And for us, it's always been working from the field bottom up. So with all of the network of artists, jurors, and readers whom we work with, this is the process of evaluating and taking a distance from the work is actually embedded in the process itself. Every year they do the selection, but they also discuss amongst each other what's missing, what is happening that we probably, do we have any blind spots somewhere that we need to actually look at. And we also ask ourselves, keep asking ourselves the difficult questions, and one of them is for all of what we've achieved as an Arab fund over the past 20 years, and for all what we are celebrated for, we ask ourselves, what did the processes and systems that we built on the way, what did they alienate? So it's really important that for institutions specifically to have this kind of agility, to be able to move, to ask, and to stay light, in the sense that the bureaucracy never takes over and the institution never becomes the sole reason of its existence. It exists because it is servicing the artist communities, and when it stops doing that, I think it should not continue.
Super. I think that's the word of le mot de la fin, as they say in French. Thank you so much for joining this panel.
Merci Safia. Wow.
Thank you, Safia. Well, what a fortune for the Arab world, for Europe, for having all of these participants, these women here. I've been listening to you since this morning. Well, I think, Director General, I think this day has accomplished everything that it set out to. The future of progress, I think, can also be determined in the Arab world, thanks to diplomacy, thanks to culture. And I think it's going to open up new perspectives. I said it yesterday at the Quai d'Orsay. These points of view are very different from the ones that we can see in Europe. And sincerely speaking, I think Europe has to study this very closely so as to not miss out on things. This wonderful edition that has been so successful, well, it's mainly because it was almost all entirely organized by women. And so firstly, huge congratulations and applause to Rim Ayush, who has really been in charge of this event. And there was also a moderator, Safiat Miri. She has been more than just a moderator. She's also done some exceptional work. Sarah Barkley, obviously, and the entire team, Claire, Clément, Malele, Valentine, Maya, the entire team at MGH, and Julia as well. Well, Julia joined us in the middle of things and immediately got to work. So thank you very much, Julia. And I hope that we will organize the 17th edition together, perhaps in the Arab world, in one of the countries. And thank you to all of the participants. Sarah, who has shown us that AI is also made up of women who believe in the resilience of culture. Thank you to one and all. We'll see you all next year. There's a show that you're all invited to by the Arab World Institute, an exhibition that is very dear to Frederick's heart, and there's also a cocktail. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to the Arab World Institute for your partnership. We're delighted, and see you next year.